Get in on the action this season with Underdog's Pick'em game. Select higher or lower between 2 and 8 players and compete for up to 325 times your entry. Use code DIRECTOR when signing up to receive up to $1,000 in bonus cash and a free pick. Action.
Who's got it better than us?
What's up, everybody? It's the Director. Day 2 of the NFL Draft. Dude, I don't know, man. I've been making my rounds, excuse me, since last night with all the hype revolving around Omarion Hampton, a player that I was just so excited to see drafted by the Bolts yesterday. I cannot tell you the level of hype. Honestly, it feels so much like last season with Ladd McConkey, dude. I had so much hope that the Chargers find a way to get him on the roster. It ended up happening in the second round. Do we see that kind of magic once again today? Chargers round 2 have got some work to do, man. There's some players I think shouldn't be on the board that are still available to the Chargers. And some big points to be made, man. Hey, let's take a shout out in the chat real quick as we're getting started to rev things up and kick things off. Saint Razzo, Eddie Saldana, good to see you guys. Heavy D, Antonio, Danger Close, Johnny Blaze, good to see everybody in the house today, man. Nightwave, good to see you. Wonder where we got our guys. Sinful Hands, Action Dan, you guys went on a legendary membership doney train yesterday, man. Literally one of the craziest days on my channel's history. On top of what was already the hype that was the NFL draft, dude. We killed it. We absolutely killed it. And I could not believe on top, like, my hype meter on overdrive. Let's get you guys here on the chat. There we go. We got the chat working up here. My hype meter overfloweth yesterday. Unbelievably hype day for the Chargers in their first day in the NFL draft. You guys catch some of my content afterwards talking about Omarion Hampton? Why we're stoked about him, the potential that he brings to the offense as a complete player. Big, physical, mean running back that's got the speed to take it to the house, the power to earn extra yards, the hands to receive passes from Justin Herbert. He's going to, I mean, you're going to see some Austin Eckler, esque trust in the running back and quarterback passing chemistry once again, man. I got to tell you, it's going to be insane to watch this guy. And then when you get him in open space, watch out for Omarion Hampton. He's a danger to take it to the house pretty much from anywhere on the field. Hey, we're starting the day off early. Action Dan has arrived to the chat. 10 gifted memberships. This was the name of the game yesterday, dude. It was an unbelievable experience as the host of the show, man. Thank you so much. Action Dan, bringing 10 more into the fold of the Director's crew. We got Trey Evans, K-Hen, Alex S., Tim Grable, Manny Godinez, Leo Stuckelschwager. I hope I didn't butcher that too much, man. Scott Rancourt, DG, Top Rivers, and C1. Welcome to the crew. Give our guy Action Dan a big slap on the back, a hug, a how do you do, a fist bump, all the love in the chat for our guy Action Dan. Big supporter of the channel, man. Thank you so much, dude. 10 gifted memberships, and we haven't even jumped off the ship yet here, man. We got 5 minutes until this thing begins to kick off here in round 2. I want to see if we have enough time to do something here. I think, yeah, we have enough time. You guys want to run a quick mock? A quick mock to see how this day could maybe shake out. I can share with you guys some of my top picks for today. Could be fun. Heavy D says $2 holla. I called it with my $2 holla, trading up in the second round. It could happen. If history has taught us anything, it could absolutely happen today. Let's do a quick mock draft, man. I'm about it. Let's get in here into PFF, and let's get the Chargers in a 3-round mock. We'll enter the draft, and of course, we'll start it off with Omarion Hampton. He's going to already be selected here on PFF. Matter of fact, we can probably put this down for just 1 second. And let's see who's available to the Chargers here in round 2. Let's go ahead and assume there's no trades. Who are some of the guys that I have my eye on? Now, unfortunately, a run. This would actually kind of hurt my feelings in the actual draft if this were to happen, man. Kyle Williams, I'm pretty high on. I would take him in the second round. Siobhan Revel is one of my guys. Love this dude in terms of his size, his speed, his physicality. Reminds me a lot of Richard Sherman. He would be an awesome addition. Of course, there's a bit of a setback in terms of his health. Got to wait and see how that shakes out. It didn't work out very well for Will Johnson, I'll tell you that much. There's a shot that maybe he makes it all the way down to the Chargers at 55. We'll have to wait and see. But I love Siobhan Revel. Darius Alexander would have been a great pick. Braden Swinson has been growing on me a lot. But of these guys, Kyle Williams, Siobhan Revel would have been awesome players to fall to the Bolts. Some of my favorite picks that hopefully by maybe a prayer, Mason Taylor available to the Chargers at 55 would be insane. I just caught a glimpse of a crazy super chat. We'll grab that here in just a minute, my man. Nightwave! We'll jump in there, man. Dude, thank you so much. And some more of my favorites, Jaden Higgins, Trey Amos, and then, of course, some of the high-tier guys that I really don't expect to be there. You know, Donovan Azaraku, Mike Green, I'm starting to think there's some serious character issues we got to watch out for, so maybe not. Luther Burden, Will Johnson, all those guys. I fully expect a majority of these guys to be gone. But if we can get one of these guys to fall to us, man, it would be awesome. Now, let's say, worst-case scenario, we don't have one of these guys fall to us. There's still plenty of options here, man. Players that I would pick off the board right now. Norman Lott, no-brainer for me. A little undersized, 6'3", 315, but a really good pass rusher. He would be an easy pick for me. Aomanor, another guy that I'm looking at, like, hey, you want a guy that can work the perimeter, that's got the, he's got some size on him, but definitely a physical wide receiver that really loves to block. I really find it hard that Coach Harbaugh wouldn't want to bring this kid in from Stanford. You know what I mean? We don't need running back anymore. Oh, also a big point to be made here, man. I expect today there to be at least 5 or 6 running backs selected. That's between the 2 rounds. Cam Scatterbo, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think these 5 are easy locks. And then you might be able to squeeze in a Martinez, a Giddens, a Neal. Of these 3, I would say maybe Giddens or Blue get selected at some point too. But, man, we don't need a running back. We got a guy better than all of these dudes. And that's actually, there may have been somebody selected earlier here too. Is there another running back? I feel like there's one that isn't here that... Yeah, Trevion Henderson, of course. Trevion Henderson, of course. The 5 or 6 running backs, we got a guy better than all of them. And all this is going to do is push talent down the board for the Chargers to select at 55. You can say the same about quarterback. You can say the same about offensive line. Whole lot of positions that we just do not need. They're going to help us out tremendously. So at this pick here in this mock draft, given some of the names that are still available, Mason Taylor is gone. I do love Arroyo. Fannin really is one of my guys today. Him and Helm. I do love Mason Taylor. He is definitely like the top tight end on my board, but I just don't think he's going to make it to us. Fannin and Gunnar Helm are 2 guys I really, really would get excited about. And maybe we'd have to trade up to get one of them. Who knows? At this point, the rate these tight ends are going off the board. But the way the board fell here, there's 2 options for me. Norman Lott and Aomanor really kind of feel like the 2 best selections on my board. I know you guys are going to be looking at more wide receivers. Jalen Royals, Trey Harris, also really, really good options. But at this point, let's see, who would be available to us in the 3rd if we got lucky? We may go wide receiver here, folks. I think Aomanor and Jalen Royals would serve as excellent wide receiver 2s. Alec Aomanor, this guy, absolutely a beast if you want a physical wide receiver, somebody that's not afraid to throw a violent block into the mix. Let's see. He's got a comp of James Jones, frame, willingness to help him effectively block, explosive athlete, accurately, quickly, quickly with good top speed. If I remember, he ran like a 4.44. Very fast, nice size. We're going to go with Amenor in this mock draft here. We need that weapon at wide receiver. And man, look at that. Running back, wide receiver off the board, the first 2 picks. I think you guys would be pretty excited. And if it were my mock draft, absolutely, I would be willing to trade up. Let's say the Chargers are getting a little, freaked out at the idea of one of these teams grabbing Harold Fannin. I wouldn't mind in the least bit trading up into the mid-3rd round to get my guy of the day, Harold Fannin Jr., the freak at tight end. Doesn't scream at you during, with his measurables. I mean, he's definitely not small, 6'4", but not your prototypical big, bodied tight end. He's definitely not a bad blocker at all either at 75.2, great at a Bowling Green. Decent contested catch rate at 54.5, but holy crap does this guy produce. 1,555 yards, 10 touchdowns last season. He just simply makes it happen. He makes plays. He's a football player. We're going to take Harold Fannin here in my mock draft. 2nd round and 3rd round mock draft. This is kind of what I'm hoping for. I want a wide receiver, a receiving weapon for Justin Herbert in the 2nd round that could be at the tight end position like Mason Taylor. And then my guy, Harold Fannin Jr. If we don't go tight end in round 2, this is the guy I'm really, really going to try and be aggressive for in round 3. One of my favorite players in the draft. What do you guys think about that mock, huh? What do you think about that mock? I would feel pretty good about it, dude. Game on mute, listen to the director. What's going on, Burrell Bikes? Good to see you. Hey, while we were away doing our mock draft, we had a couple of insane super chats hit the chat here, man. Here we go. By the way, the 2nd round is officially live. The Cleveland Browns are on the clock. Let's grab these super chats real quick. Kyle Kallstrom with the $5 heart. It could happen. JP from Angels in the outfield. Just watch that the other day. Let's go, dude. I got that in my mind. I watch Draft Day every single year. Some people hate that movie. I'm a sucker for Kevin Costner, man. And of course, Jennifer Gardner. I think it's a good movie. Honestly, I had a good time with it. You guys got to let me know. Thank you so much, man. Nightwave with the $50 holla. Nightwave, are you still here, man? Dude! Killer way to kick off the stream, man. Thank you, man. Nightwave says, here's to the 1st round. I'll drink to that, man. I will drink to that. Here's also to a killer 2nd and 3rd round tonight. Keep doing you, director. And as always, thanks for the content. Who are you hoping for tonight? I think, again, my guy today is Harold Fannin Jr. and Gunnar Helm. Those tight ends, I think, would fit so well on the Chargers roster. No rush to get them out there and make big plays with, Tyler Conklin on the roster right now. We can ease their way in, but I have a feeling they would be pretty big impact players. And I'm also looking for a wide receiver at some point. If the Chargers go offense, all 3 first rounds would be insane, but there's a lot of depth at other positions that we can attack like defensive line and edge if that were to be the case. You guys let me know if you like that. Dude, huge shout out to Nightwave. Thank you so much, my man. Hit him up with a like in the chat, baby. Let's get this thing going as the commissioner's coming out. They're getting ready for some announcements. Sea King, what's going on, man? I predict a hard bowl for the next AFC Championship, a Ravens fan. Wouldn't that be something, man? I couldn't resist. Last season, that was the game I decided to go to. I traveled all the way out and watched the Har Bowl in person. It was a tough game, but really fun environment given the relationship there. Thank you so much to my guy, $5 holla from C King. We got a $2 holla come in from Burrell Bikes. Game on mute. Listen to the director. Big love to you, my man. Good to see you again. $20 holla coming in from BH. Been a Chargers fan for 40 years, and you do the best job covering him. Hey, dude, really, that means so much to me, man. I'm not going to be maybe the most knowledgeable fan when it comes to the ins and outs, the X's and O's, but something that is really important to me that I hold very close to my heart is the perspective of a super fan. I want to be at the same level as all you guys in the chat. I want to be able to share a drink, a beverage, a moment, a cheer with all of you guys. And It does mean a lot to me. I feel like I got a huge community of awesome, like-minded, relatable people behind me, and it makes for an excellent and fun experience as a host to just come in and share my joy and excitement and love for this team with every live stream, with every game, with every video. You guys have been amazing, man. Thank you for all the support and helping grow my platform and my channel, guys. Really, truly, thank you. BH, I appreciate that, man. Heavy with the $2 holla. Yeah, they're saying the Browns are on the clock now, so we're going to see their pick here in a minute. It says, I hope for Landon Jackson in the second round. Definitely wouldn't be a bad pick there either. Definitely not a bad pick there either. You guys got to let me know in the comments section all your guys that you're hoping for as well, man. Get your guys declared in the chat. You can go give your rounds like I did yesterday, man. I was all over social media. I was all over Twitter being like, hey, dude, hey, we got our guy Omar in Hampton. But I appreciate that, man. Thank you. $2 holla, Landon Jackson. Looking at an edge rusher in the second round, which definitely would be a pretty predictable move from the Chargers. I think there's still some really good talent out there. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have to go look and see who we still got. Who do we still got? Mike Green, Ezaraku, both those guys are going to be gone. Nick Scorton is still there. Jamar Stewart, he was selected yesterday, right? Actually, we should be over on this one. Here we go. Bro Bike says, totally serious, we should take Jared Wilson from Georgia, top center in the draft, ranked 16 overall. Thoughts? Yeah, I would be absolutely down, man. I think if the Chargers go anywhere in terms of trench play, I'm absolutely about it, dude. If somehow Will Johnson falls on us, do we draft him? The only reason Will Johnson is here in the second round, in my opinion, is because of the injury concern. There was definitely some health issues that likely dropped him. I don't think he makes it too far. I think in the second round, you're definitely willing to take a shot on a guy that might be on the sideline a little bit this year, maybe needing a little extra time, but we'll have to wait and see. I would be ecstatic if he fell to us at 55. Director's biggest fan, $5 holla, 12-hour workday at the Sawmill. Wow, dude, I'm excited to kick my feet up, trust the process. Thanks again, Director. Dude, thank you so much. That was perhaps the biggest reason why I was so excited about yesterday. I trusted the process, and it worked out to my favorite player.
100%. Boltman, J-Rock, Doc Lightning. You're right up there with them in my opinion, and I've been a fan for nearly 40 years myself.
Oh, dude, Kyle, man.
Hey, _bomb _frosty.
Director's biggest fan. You've earned it. Put your feet up. Have a good one. And absolutely enjoy your time watching the Chargers select two more awesome players today, man. Kyle Carlson, thank you so much. Again, you guys, it means the world to me to see that kind of support, especially from fandom that has been established for a long time. Super fan all the way. I think this whole platform was born to protect my poor wife. She was the one I was like, babe, wake up. Phillip Rivers broke a record today. Yada, yada, yada. I finally was able to get all that out on YouTube, and you guys showed up, and it gave me probably the best gig I could have ever imagined for myself in my life. I was deep in the film industry for a long time, chasing dreams, and you guys gave me a dream I didn't know I wanted. 2020, I think, is when it really started. And it's been an awesome adventure, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Kyle Kostrom for $20 holla. I really appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. All the support. Everybody just being here means a whole lot to me, man. Thank you. Already almost 800 strong in the chat already as we're getting close to kicking off the draft with the Browns pick, who are on the clock. The pick is in. We'll wait and see who is still available to the Chargers here in round 2. Now, the Browns. Let's actually go over here real quick. The Browns could be in play for Shedeur Sanders here. That would be very interesting. Funny enough, there are a lot of teams that could be in play for running back today. And like I mentioned, if you guys weren't here for the mock draft that we just did, about 5 or 6 running backs are going to get selected today, in my opinion. Absolutely. And that's going to push down a whole lot of talent to the Chargers, which, of course, we don't need running back anymore. We got our 2 guys of the future, and they're both better than anybody else you're going to find in the draft today. The first pick is in by the Browns. First pick is in. We're looking at Shedeur Sanders. We're looking at some of the guys that fell. Luther Burden would be insane. Mike Green, Ezaraku, Scorton. I love Benjamin Morrison too, man. He's one of my favorite corners in this draft. The Cleveland Browns select Carson Schlesinger, linebacker out of UCLA. Interesting. This might be because of the pick by the Eagles yesterday. That might actually be what inspired that pick. They feel like there might be a run on linebacker coming up, but I guess it's not a bad spot to take him, depending on what kind of linebacker you're looking for. If I were the Browns fans right now, though, man, I'd be a little bit disappointed. I don't know, because they were probably hoping to get Travis Hunter and maybe Shedeur Sanders and change. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, Schlesinger is a really good player, don't get me wrong. I don't know. Maybe they have a long-term plan here. They also have another pick in like 4 picks, right? Just before the Raiders, too, which is pretty significant. Every pick in front of them does not need a quarterback, so they may end up with Shedeur Sanders still, or Jalen Moreau could just as easily be the pick, too. Yeah. Yeah, he's a good player. He's a good player. He definitely is a good player. Definitely picked a lot higher than I would have predicted. But going to the Browns, UCLA linebacker Carson Schlesinger. Pick 34 on the clock. It's going to be the Houston Texans whose pick is in. I got to ask you guys in the chat because I have the player now. I know who it is. I know what the selection's going to be. Do you guys hate it when I tell you earlier? Or do you want to be one of the first to know? And we can all react in the chat. What do you guys think? I'm going to tell you right now, it's a player we wanted pretty bad. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. We wanted this guy pretty bad. What do you guys think? You want me to tell you? Okay. In the second round at pick 34, the Houston Texans select Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, Iowa State. Jaden Higgins, selected by the Houston Texans. Wide receiver that really would have been looking nice in powder blue, working the perimeter for the Chargers. And funny enough, going ahead of Luther Burden still, which is kind of insane. But that doesn't mean that their Chargers still can't take wide receiver. There's a whole lot of wide receiver talent still available on the board. Jaden Higgins just happened to be one of my favorites. If you guys are wondering who I'm declaring, today my guy is Harold Fannin Jr. That would be an absolute banger pick. Whether it be second round if we trade down a little bit, try and grab some value. I don't even know if I'd be mad if we took him at 55. Yeah, that's high, but Fannin might be a difference maker here. The only other tight end I take in front of him is Mason Taylor, who I do not think is going to be available at 55. If we could trade up in the third round, that's where I'm really feeling good about Harold Fannin, man. Here comes Action Dan with the $5 holla. My first Charger game was in 1977. We lost to the Steelers 9-10, still have the seat ticket. That's incredible, man. I used to do the same thing with concerts. I used to be such a concert guy. I would go concerts like every weekend for like 10 years. It was insane. That's where all my mowing lawn money went and all that kind of stuff. Me and my buddies were constantly on the phone trying to win tickets on the radio, if you guys remember that method, which happened a lot, actually. I don't know if we're the dying breed. We're the last people calling in. That's always a good time, man. Definitely being able to look back at some of the golden era Chargers, that's insane, dude. That's insane. You got to watch some of the greats out there. Thank you so much. $5 holla. Action Dan, also with the 10 gifted memberships today. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazy, crazy. We do have some news. Pick 35 has been traded. Pick 35 has been traded to the Seattle Seahawks. The Tennessee Titans have traded their pick to the Seattle Seahawks. We're now on the clock. We are waiting to see what the selection is, but let me see if I can find the trade details. 52 and 82 to Tennessee for 35. So they traded their second and third round pick to move up to 35. Seattle Seahawks, who would they be looking for here, man? They need interior help. I think they just traded up for an edge. There's some good edge players. I mean, if they're one of those teams that feel pretty good about Mike Green, that would be one of the best values of the draft. Maybe the best value of the draft. Ezaraku would be a great value here as well. Nick Scorton could be their guy. Landon Jackson, like we were just talking about too. Brayton Swinson. I feel like edge could be in play for them. What about interior offensive line? Are there any guys still worthy of a trade up here, interior offensive line? Kind of another area they need to attack. I don't think so. I mean, Tate Ratledge could easily be their pick too. He's great, but it seems like kind of a reach to trade up all the way, give up 2 picks to go get him. So I'm going to guess it's an edge rusher. I'm going to guess it's an edge rusher for sure. AG with the $5 holla. Your amazing director, keep going. Bolt the F up. I could see us double dipping running back. What are your thoughts on that? Bolt up. Yeah, I think honestly, you take a look at the late rounds. Is it Marcus Yarns and Marks? And there's one other guy that feel really good in terms of receiving. If you want another running back to give you that sort of flexibility. If it were me, I would go Ollie Gordon or Donovan Edwards because of their upside in this system. Just to kind of help round out that running back room for a long time. Because I'm still pretty good on Kamani Vidal, man. I think Vidal is still a very good receiving back. Maybe not the best in pass protection. But if we can get one more via the draft, I'd feel pretty well-rounded for the season. Yeah, I wouldn't mind double dipping late either. Oh, I totally forgot. I got the pick. I think I'm going to wait on this one a little bit. I'll wait on this one a little bit. Seattle Seahawks selected a nice player, man. So the Seattle Seahawks just picked a really nice player. You guys know him. We have a player very close to him on our roster that we all love. That is definitely a player worthy of a trade up, my friends. They're going to like it. They are going to like it. You're literally watching live. It's because social media gets it so early somehow. I don't know how they get their hands on it. But as I'm covering the draft, I got the appropriate websites on, and so I can give you guys breakdowns of each player, and they're getting the information way sooner than we are on the broadcast. Oregon Stacker with a $10 holla. Director, show some love. Terrence Ferguson, my Oregon tight end, 55-man. Let's go, both of. Hey, dude, I know I don't mention him too much, but we get Terrence Ferguson. We are in very good hands when it comes to a receiving tight end. This dude would be awesome. Really fast. He ran the fastest 40, right, for the tight end position at the combine. Really good after the catch as well. He's got some moves, man. He's got some speed. He's got some hands. He's got a decent size in him, too, 6'5". I think he ran a 4.48 or something like that. He definitely was, or was it a 4.62? Excuse me. It might have been a 4.62. I think it was a 4.62. I got my 40s mixed up. Definitely a very, very good player. I would be all over it, man. And Ferguson would be a great investment in the second round. Absolutely. Absolutely. Love to the Oregon Ducks, baby. He would be awesome. We're waiting for the Seattle Seahawks pick to be announced, even though we've known it for like 5 minutes. Crazy, crazy. You guys are watching on ESPN. I'm actually watching it on NFL Network. Is ESPN announcing it? No, they're not, because they're all getting the same live broadcast, right? Crazy. Now they're going to like a commercial break or something. I know the next pick now, too. The Browns just took an awesome player. And they've not even announced the Seahawks pick, dude. Oh, man. That's an awesome pick for the Browns. You guys want me to spoil it? I feel bad because there's so many people watching on TV, too. I don't want to be the guy that's like, hey, watch out. Here he comes. You guys do. I'm seeing so many people say yes. With the third pick in the second round, what is this? Pick 35 in the second round. Seattle Seahawks select Nick Emanwari, safety, South Carolina. There you go. South Carolina safety. Very much so comps to Derwin James. Big body, physical guy making his way to Seattle. Awesome pick. Awesome pick for Seattle. They're great. But we already have the Cleveland Browns selection, too. Oh, Richard Sherman's out there giving the selection for the Seattle Seahawks in round 2. Yeah, they're about to say it. Nick Emanwari. Danny Espinoza with the gifted sub. Thank you so much, man. Rave Bud. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much, man. That was, I mean, yeah, if you're going to trade up for anybody in this draft, there's a few players I would have done it for. Emawari is certainly one of them. A lot of teams, I'm sure, had a first-round grade on him. We're excited to see him slip. They're going to get their guy. He's going to be a Madden favorite, dude. I play a lot of, or I used to. I haven't played him much this year. He's going to be one of those guys that people want in Ultimate Team. 6'3", 220 pounds, crazy speed, and agility for his size. He's awesome. Now, the Cleveland Browns selected another player that I was super high on, and I cannot. This is such a good fit for him. I think he's going to thrive. With the 36th pick in the 2025 draft, the Cleveland Browns select Quinshon Judkins, running back, Ohio State. Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins on his way to Cleveland to be the next Nick Chubb of their franchise. That really is awesome, dude. I'm so happy that he didn't land with the Broncos. I was worried that the Broncos were going to find a way to go get him today. But the first of what I'm going to say is many running backs are going to come off the board, which is interesting because I actually thought TreVeyon Henderson would be the first one off the board of the Ohio State running backs, and maybe the first running back off the board after Omarion Hampton. But Quinshon Judkins is such an incredible fit for Cleveland that it's very easy to see why they would go with him over TreVeyon Henderson. And a big reason why I was kind of doing the same in a lot of my mock drafts. He's a hard-hitting, running back, very powerful, good strength, really good receiver too, sneakily, and a good blocker as well. Just overall, a very good running back for their system. He's going to be very good there, man. You got some nice options in fantasy this year if you're going for rookie running or rookie drafts, rookie running backs in general. I think Omarion Hampton, Ashton Genty are going to be, the 1A, 1B this year. Ashton Genty is the better player. Let's not be delusional about that. He's going to be insane, no matter where he goes. But Omarion Hampton is in the better situation. Better offense, better offensive line, better system. It could very easily be a battle of the running backs for the best one in this rookie class, just given on situation. Sanders may be a Raider. We'll have to wait and see. Raiders are on the clock. Quinshon Judkins just now announced. And Rich Eisen excited to hear the pairing in Cleveland. You guys want to know something crazy? I had a buddy hit me up for tickets to a box seats at the Chargers-Ravens game. And we're going into the suite. And as I'm going in, I bump into Rich Eisen. And I'm like, Rich? And he's like, hey, what's up? And I was like... And so we go sit down, and they have these little seats that come off the side, right? And there's these little glass panes. And you can see the people in each suite next to you. And I look over, and there's Rich Eisen just sitting there hanging out. I was like, no freaking way, man. It wasn't over there either, dude. Hang on, I'm not getting your guys' chat all of a sudden. Gotta see if I have to, maybe I have to reset this real quick. Anyway, with Rich Eisen, behind him was Kurt Warner. He was on the radio broadcaster. That was a radio booth that we're sitting next to, surprisingly. Why aren't we getting the thing here? Hang on, guys. I'm probably going to have to reset this. I'm missing a whole lot of interesting stuff here happening in the chat. Hang on. Let's see. Let's refresh, maybe. Uh-oh. Hang on. We want to make sure that we definitely have the chat for this one, huh? Here we go. Okay, I got you guys back. been a while since that's happened. I remember it happening in the regular season a few times. Perfect. Okay, I'm going back to make sure I didn't miss any of your guys' super chats real quick, eh? Oh, the Raiders just traded out. The Raiders just traded out. The Miami Dolphins are now on the clock. The Miami Dolphins are now on the clock. Juan Cruz at the 5. Should Jim push for a tight end if there's so many? If there are any good tight ends available, there will be a good tight end available at the end of the second round. I promise you. And yes, it would absolutely be worth it. There's several. Terrence Ferguson, like we were talking about. Elijah Arroyo. Mason Taylor would be a gift to this team. My guy this day of the draft, rounds 2 and 3, Harold Fannin, one of my favorites. Gunnar Helm, another one of my favorites. Definitely worthy going after tight end today, for sure. Peaky Bolts, what's up, dude? I remember you. Danny Espinoza, another 5 gifted memberships. What's going on, man? Good to see you, dude. Another 5, up to 6 today. Welcome to the crew. Christopher Johnson, Mason Self, Joffrey Casas, Fabian, Steve, Guardian. Good to see everybody, man. Thank you so much for that, dude. 5 gifted subs. You and Action Dan today, man. I appreciate the love, dude. Really, truly. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. I'm actually going to go ahead and put a poll out real quick. You guys have inspired me. What do you guys think? You looking for wide receiver, tight end, interior defensive line, or edge? Where do you think we're going with this pick? What do you want to see happen with this pick in round 2? You guys want Fannin? I wouldn't be shocked to see Fannin go in the second round, man. He's gaining a lot of traction. Danny Espinoza, another 5 gifted memberships, man. Thank you, dude. That is awesome, man. Appreciate that. Up to 11 today, and the membership train continues. The Dolphins pick is in. Here comes the selection. Thank you so much, guys. Give them some love in the chat, dude, especially all you new members. Big dubs. It's Jonah Saviena. Saviena, I can never pronounce it. Guard, Arizona. I actually saw this guy in person. Definitely wasn't paying attention to him the way I should have. My eyes were on McMillan that whole game. But a really good tackle, really good guard tackle, I should say. An offensive lineman for the Miami Dolphins. Who did they go with in the first round? Who did the Dolphins select in the first round? I don't remember. Let's see. Let's see how I scroll back up here. They were at like 12 or something, right? 13? Oh, they got Kenneth Grant. That's right. So they're going trenches today. They're going trenches this draft. They got Savanea and Kenneth Grant. They're off to a pretty good start building from the inside. Let's go ahead and actually end this poll real quick. Sorry I left you guys hanging. You guys want tight end really bad today. If we get Mason Taylor, man, it is a slam friggin' dunk of a second round pick. I don't expect him to be there. A trade up is in the cards, but everybody would want a slice of that, man. It's impressive. Impressive. Chargers taking Green. I'm worried about that. I think the only reason he's here is because some sketchy stuff. Some sketchy behind the scenes stuff. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Juan Cruz of the 2 Chargers going for a tight end and bringing back Keenan. That would work. That would work for me. That would work for me. So now that we know you guys want tight end more than anything, I'm going to give you guys some options. But it's a variety. Like a lot of these guys could be available in the second, or in the third, I should say. But they're just overall like if they're going to be there in the third, that does carry some weight. You can add that to your vote if you want, but man, how do you spell that last name? Let's see. Tight end. That's what I thought. F-E-R. And then I'm going to add Elijah Arroyo, who's also a really good player. Okay.
Director, thank you so much for doing this for us Bolt fans. You're awesome. High voltage sign emoji. If we trade up in the second, who do you honestly think it will be for? Who do
Trent
High
Super.
voltage sign emoji. Foo.
Dude,
High voltage
$20
sign
holla
emoji.
out of nowhere. Thank you so much, man. $20 holla. He says, Director, thank you so much for doing this for us, Bolt fans. You're awesome. If we trade up in the second, who do you honestly think it would be for? I think if the Chargers trade up in the second, it would probably be for an edge rusher. I know everybody wants to say it's tight end, but there's some really good edge rushers still on the board. It could honestly be for Will Johnson, Luther Burden. But the player I think specifically they would go up and try and go after is Donovan Ezeraku. They met with him. We know that they like him. Edge is a pretty big priority for them. We've seen how they build their rosters over the last couple of years. That's a pretty big one for them. That would be my guess. I wouldn't be the least bit shocked if they trade up for Will Johnson. One of the receivers, Maynor, certainly Luther Burden would be an insane get at this point. Or even one of the interior guys like Darius Alexander. I love Darius Alexander. Him and Norman Lott would be pretty good gets here in the second round. But yeah, if I had to put one name, it would be Ezeraku. I think that would be the guy they go get. So Mason Taylor, definitely going to win that vote right there, man. He's something else, dude. Son of Jason Taylor, one of the best receiving tight ends in this draft. He's just getting started. I think that's the biggest thing that lures people to Mason Taylor is that he literally is just now scratching the surface. He's going to get better. He's young. He's got all the measurables that you're looking for. He ran an impressive 40 at his pro day. I remember that he didn't run at the combine, right? But he ran at his pro day. I got to look up. I mean, let me see what was the pro day for Mason Taylor. Why is it so hard to find?
Are you ever going to be able to tell us what happened in that conference room at the content creators visit to the Bolt? BTFU. High voltage
You
sign
guys
emoji.
still are on that? He ran a 4.65, which is really good for the tight end position, by the way. Really, really good. Yeah, thank you so much, chat. You guys got to it before I did. 4.65, really good 40. Dawson Stallings with a $50 holla. He's trying to get some information. By the way, oh, nice pick by the Patriots coming up here in a second, man. Here comes the run, dude. That's all I'm going to say. Here comes the run. And it's only going to benefit the Chargers. I'll announce it here in just a second. Am I ever going to be able to tell you guys what happened in that conference room at the content creators visit to the Bolts? So that was actually, we ended up going to the Costa Mesa facility. The Bolt wasn't quite finished yet, but I've been to the Bolt a few times now. Incredible. Incredible, incredible. That meeting is still, it's still hush-hush. It's still hush-hush. I don't know how relevant it is anymore, but I promised the guys I talked to that I wouldn't spill the beans. I wouldn't spill the beans. But I talked to some awesome guys out there, man. Jamal, Jason, I'm not even going to give you guys last names. Mike, there's a whole bunch of people behind the scenes at the Chargers. A lovely young lady, too. Asian ethnicity. I forget her name. She was amazing. She was so fun. It was a really good time. And it was also really fun meeting all the other Chargers content creators. I hadn't met a lot of these guys. That was the first time I got to meet the Bolt Bros and Kyle and those guys. Mike McClain was there. I don't know what's going on. I haven't been able to get a hold of Michael in months, man. I don't know what. We're hoping that everything's good. But yeah, I will let you guys know if I hear from him. We're hoping that he makes his return soon because he was so much fun to hang out with in LA too. Of course, I met with the Lightning Round podcast guys. I'm always there with Dan. Dan, one of my good buddies out there in the Chargers content creation world. But yeah, he's acting. He's busy. That's what I assumed too. He's out there working. All right, here comes the Pats selection. Trevion Henderson, running back, Ohio State. Yeah, not too far behind his teammate in Quinshawn Judkins, and the fits are beautiful. They're doing a great job in terms of where these guys are going. Of course, New England's not going to be, the place to be for, thriving offense, but they're building to it. I like Drake May. They got a wide receiver last year too, right? Trevion Henderson, great featured back for that team, and you're seeing a run. All of these players are pushing talent down to the Chargers, and you're going to see it. Like, there's going to be a panic button hit, Rich, just now. The last two of the last 3 picks being running back, you're about to see a run here. You got a whole bunch of running backs. Cam Scatterbo, Dylan Sampson, Caleb Johnson, certainly, and RJ Harvey. I think all these guys worthy of a second-round pick. And you may see a reach at some point, too, given, that the best ones are starting to fly off the board. This is why the Chargers went running back first round, so they can solidify their guy for the future without the need to reach in the second round. You got to think about that, too. You'd have to maybe go climb and find a guy via trade if you're going to get Judkins or Henderson or one of the other guys. And I think that's maybe one of the hang-ups that the fan base had in selecting Omarion Hampton, is that we all assumed that maybe we get Trevion Henderson, maybe we get Quinshon Judkins. Cam Scatterbo might not even make it to us at 55. So I really feel like the Omarion Hampton pick becomes that much more justified with every running back that gets selected inside the top 55. Very crazy. Very crazy. But Dawson Stallings, dude, $50 holla. We're not going to glance over that, man. Thank you so much, dude. Big Donnie's in the chat already, man, and we just got started. Big love. One day when I'm old, I'll tell you guys what we talked. It wasn't even anything that crazy. You guys are crazy. I had an awesome time. I just got to know a lot of people, inside the Chargers organization. It was a lot of fun, but I can't tell you guys everything that we discussed quite yet. I don't even know. I haven't talked to him in a while, too, so I don't even know what's going on with most of that stuff anyway. That was such a Joe Ortiz answer. Ortiz answer as into, like, the drafts, like, justifications. Oh, yeah. I'll take it. Jeff is cooking. Danny Espinoza with another 5. Wait. Is that like 16 at this point? 16 at this point? Just on a run with the gifted memberships today, man. Inspired by the great, legendary Sinful Hands and Action Dan of the yesterdays. We're getting another run here, man. Danny Espinoza, thank you so much. Another 5. Welcome, Corey, Z-Show, Clouds Gaming, and Joel Skates. I appreciate that so much, man. Thank you. Sinful Hands. Hey, welcome, Sinful Hands. I didn't shout out the mods. Sinful Hands, Hugo, the Doorman Boss. Hope you're in here. Good to see you, hopefully, and Tara. Thank you, all the mods in the channel, man. Sinful Hands, thank you so much, dude. Browns didn't take Sanders. Well, is he going to be a third rounder? I doubt it. I really doubt it. That would be insane. I don't know what in the world's happening if he ends up being a third rounder, but that would definitely be nuts. Another train started now by Dustin Brannon. 5 gifted memberships. Dustin, thank you so much, man. One of my favorite people in my youth, his name was Dustin. He was awesome, man. Thank you so much, Dustin. 5 gifted memberships. Louise, Priest, Colin, thank you guys so much. Ooh, I got the Bears pick just now. The Bears selected a big player, a big fall, a big value get here in the second round. And man, dude, if your name is Caleb Williams, you are set for life. If you fail with this roster, that is on you, pal. That is on you, because this is one of the most stacked offensive rosters you could ever want. Do they have a running back, though? Because the first round they went Colston Loveland, and that's going to be a huge weapon for him. In the second round, pick 39, the Chicago Bears select Luther Burden III. Wide receiver, Missouri. A first-round grade by a lot of people, myself included. He's going to be an insane get for Caleb Williams. He's going to be added to what's an amazing roster of offensive weapons. And at this point, it's becoming – they have another pick now at 41. If they go running back, that offense is as loaded as I've seen in the NFL, man. It's as loaded as I've seen. Dustin, thank you. Matthew Dahl with the gifted membership. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Man. Green's a Charger. Book it. I would hope that we would have a solid answer as to his background problems, because the allegations are not good. Not good indeed. $20.01 holla. Let's hear it.
Really hoping for Tay/WR, but am thinking they go trenches. In Harbaugh/Hort as we trust. Which lineman, offense or defense would you most like to see? Keep bolting,
Zach,
director. Love
that
your
is
stuff.
such an inspired question because you are absolutely right. As I want tight end, wide receiver. I think I would go wide receiver first, kind of the way the board falls, and then tight end. Just because we really do need it, right? But the Chargers are going to be selecting by best talent, best player available. And when you're looking at the best players on the board and the kind of the way they like to build their football teams, if Donovan Ezeraku is there, it's kind of a lock. Nick Scorton could be a lock. Landon Jackson could be a lock. For me personally, I love Omar Norman Lott a lot, but my personal interior, my favorite interior guy that's still on the board is Darius Alexander. I think he's going to be awesome. 6'4", 310 pounds. He's explosive. He's got definitely the upside to turn into a really nice pass rusher. Already really, really good run defender. He would kind of be my guy in round 2 if we decided to go trenches. And defensive line is a really good idea at this point too, man. Norman Lott would be amazing. Darius Alexander's kind of my favorite. I don't know if Norman Lott makes it to us, but that's probably where you would be looking at. In terms of offensive line, Tate Ratledge is probably the only one I would take in round 2. That's probably the only one I'd be looking at. Ooh, Alfred Collins is also one of my personal favorites too, man. Alfred Collins, Darius Alexander, and Ezeraku. Ezeraku, if he sneaks anywhere near the Chargers, like within 5 picks, I wouldn't be shocked at all to see them trade up for him. Ezeraku, I know for a fact, was one of their favorites. Certainly. Nicholas Petrelli with the 2. Getting worried there won't be a wide receiver for us at 55. There's a lot, though, man. I think that the run and running back is going to help slide some talent down to us. And there's only so many, man. Like, if you're in on this running back class, you got to go now. My personal favorite running back still on the board is Caleb Johnson, followed closely by Cam Scatabo, kind of depending on where they go. But if you're going to get one, now is the time. Not to mention a lot of quarterbacks still on the board, too. Shanor Sanders, Jalen Milroe. Some people really like Will Howard, right? Like, you could get your quarterback right now, which pushes even more talent. And then in terms of tackle, I don't know if there's as many tackles left on the board. But this is all good news for the Chargers. Every running back, every quarterback, every offensive lineman is just another push down opportunity for the Chargers. Speaking of the which, what? I just got the Saints pick. You guys are not going to believe this. You guys aren't going to believe this. I have no idea if this is a bad pick. What in the world? It's not Sanders. That seems like such a reach. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the biggest reach of the draft so far, at pick 40 in the draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tyler Show, quarterback, Louisville. With Shedeur Sanders still on the board, and Milroe, and Howard. It's Shoe, right? Show or Shoe? The Louisville quarterback is the next pick off the board. Is that a troll? That happened to us yesterday. We thought that the running back out of Temple got selected in the first round. I almost crapped my pants. Is this real? I'm going to wait for the broadcast. Is this real? It's pronounced Shuck? Really? No, it's not. Is it really, Tyler? Shuck? Like shucks? Shaw. Tyler Shaw? I don't know, man. That to me is a huge surprise. And of course, you know, I don't know much about the quarterbacks. Yeah, shucks, yeah. I never would have guessed that. All of the hype has been around because the only reason I looked into quarterback was maybe for a backup. And then we signed Trey Lance and I was like, yeah, there's no way we're going to be getting one this year. That is insane. It looks like it's real, man. Tyler Shuck. Wow. I'm in shock. Are there any Saints fans in the house by any chance? Are there any Saints fans? I got a buddy that's a really big Saints fan. I'm going to text him real quick. Because that's insane. Okay, I texted him. He's a diehard Saints fan. We'll see what he says here in a minute. No one wants Sanders. I'm so shocked that Sanders is now at very most the third selected quarterback in this class. And that could cause another, run if there's a team that's high on Shedeur Sanders. Oh. Juan Cruz, it says no one wants Sanders. That is nuts. Hey, we got a trade. The Buffalo Bills just traded up. Buffalo Bills just traded with the Chicago Bears. Interesting, because I would have thought the Bears go running back there. Who's the Bears running back right now? Is it Howard? Not Howard, excuse me. You guys know what I'm talking about. It's Swift. That's right. It's Swift. Roshan Johnson is there too. I mean, I don't know. That's not terrible, but you could go after one of the big dogs this draft and get a number one. But the trade down, they're going to get some nice value. Let me see if I can get the trade details for you guys there. Okay, so my buddy says he feels happy about Tyler Shuck. Yeah, I'm texting him right now. Shout out to my buddy Garrison. He says that he's happy with the pick. Tyler Shuck to the New Orleans Saints, new quarterback project. Quarterback one, who knows? We'll see how they do. Okay, I got the trade details here now. Hang on. I got the trade details. The Bills are trading picks 56-62, so rounds one. Or do they have 2 second-round picks? Is 62 still in the first or the second round? Yeah, that's at the tail end. It's at the tail end of the second. So 2 second-round picks. And 109 to the Bears in exchange for 41, 72, and 204. So basically, they're turning their second round pick into a third, and then a big downgrade from 101 or 109 to 240. So. Yeah, they paid up. They paid up to go get whoever they're about to take, and you got to imagine with the needs that they have. Who did they take in the first round? Buffalo. I'm guessing edge is what they're going to be trading up for here. Buffalo. Max Harrison. Yeah, that was a great pick for them in the first round. I'm going to say that they probably jumped the gun here for Azaraku. Mike Green, if they have the information that they would need to take that selection. Nick Scorton. Landon Jackson, one of the edge guys was what I'm kind of thinking they're going after. Maybe the limited number of linebacker is going to grab their attention there. There's one more linebacker I think is worthy around this area. What was his name again? Out of South Carolina. Demetrius Knight, right? The next linebacker you're probably taking after that. Danny Stutzman, way later. Chris Paul, Miami or Mississippi at Ole Miss. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see who they decide to jump up here for. But you're probably looking at a pass rusher here. Probably looking at a pass rusher. The pick is in for the Bills. The pick is in. It's interesting. I like the player a lot. And you know what? He does offer a lot of what they're looking for, too. He's an excellent pass rusher from the interior. With the 41st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select TJ Sanders, defensive lineman, South Carolina. Sanders, in what's a really loaded defensive line class, very good upside player. Great pass rusher. Could use a little bit of helping with his run defending a little bit, but man, this is a good pick, dude. They're going to like him. They're going to like him. 6'4", maybe a little bit light for his size, 290 pounds. But that's the pick right there for the Bills. The Bills take TJ Sanders. Could have been a good Charger pick too, man. He would have been a good selection. Only Sanders getting drafted tonight. That's harsh, dude. That is harsh. Tom Telesco would have picked Sander for the Raiders. There you go. There you go. That's probably what would have happened. What's funny is that in our big mock draft on Bleacher, that's what happened. He ended up going 6th. He ended up going 6th. Door's brother? No, his brother plays safety. What was his name? The other Sanders that plays safety at Colorado? I'm gonna be running on fumes the next 2 days, guys. We gotta Shiloh, that's right. Yeah, I'm gonna be running on fumes the next 2 days. I think by the end of it, we're gonna be between 15 and 20 hours of streaming. By the end of the draft, dude, it's gonna be insane. The other brother's a corner. Yeah, he's a DB. I thought he was a safety. He's DB. He's DB. But in terms of trade for the Bills, I like it. I think that they needed some help in pass rushing, and they're gonna get it from the interior, and he's gonna pan out for them, man. Yeah, TJ Sanders now off the board. On the clock now is the New York Jets. Could this be where Shedeur Sanders comes off the board? The Jets, they could use a couple of things here. I think line help on both sides would serve them well. A couple of really good, interior linemen still available. Norman Lott, Darius Alexander, which I'm hoping one of them makes it to us. Of course, quarterback. They could go Jalen Milroe here, man. That would be another shocker to Sanders, because a lot of people were pretty high on Milroe. There's also a listing of Anita wide receiver, so somebody to complement their number one guy now. And this is kind of the range that you're looking for one. Either like this is where the Chargers are going to be looking for too. Hey, Amenor, Besh, Royals, Williams, Harris, all of these guys are insane. No! Okay, the pick is in. With the 42nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Mason Taylor, tight end out of LSU. LSU. They get the help for their guy Garrett Wilson. Thank you, Sinful Hands. And they're building for their future there in New York. No. Okay, man. Fanning. We almost got in a joke. Yeah, I heard about that, man. I don't know. Did you guys hear about that? You hear that the Chargers almost traded with the Browns yesterday out of the first round, which would have been interesting. It included David Njoku in that package. Man, Jets. Mason Taylor. That's right. They got Justin Fields. That blows for Mason Taylor. But Taylor's going to be a guy that I think takes a year, a little bit. He's going to take a little bit of time. I think in the right environment, maybe he, thrives year one. The Chargers, I don't even know if would have been that team either, because he would have been eased in with Tyler Conklin at tight end one. But I mean, that's a heck of a pick, man. I'm jealous, very jealous. I wanted to Mason Taylor. Of course, we're still 13 picks away, so very little hope in my mind that he would have fallen to the Chargers anyway. But there's still some good tight ends. If we're talking about tight ends in the second round, there's still tight ends I would take here. I would take Arroyo and Ferguson in the second round, I think. But I'm more inclined to wait until the third round for tight end now. And that's kind of where I was anyway. Like, if you guys will take a look at the mock draft that we did earlier, this is what I'm hoping happens. If the Chargers get lucky, I hope that, Harold Fannon's still there in the third round, but give me a wide receiver in the second round. We selected Alec Amenor a great physical blocking wide receiver that can play the perimeter. Like, that would be an awesome compliment to Ladd McConkey and a great weapon for Justin Herbert, while also bringing the physicality you're looking for at the position for Jim Harbaugh. I'd be about it, man. I'd be about it. But we could go defensive line here, too, pretty easily. I should say defense, period, pretty easily. Who knows what's happening to Mike Green? Will Johnson still on the board. Ezaraku still on the board. Scorton. Trey Amos is a great pick. We haven't talked much about him. He would be awesome. 6'1", 190. Great run defense grade. Good at zone and man. He's awesome, man. The top speed isn't crazy. But he's great, man. He's very well-rounded. Trey Amos would be an awesome pick. Benjamin Morrison, one of my favorite corners. And then Siobhan Revel. Dude, talk about upside. I'm so high on Siobhan Revel, man. He's like my dude on defense. I love Siobhan Revel. 6'3", 193 pounds. Beefy, physical, violent corner. Really does have some Tariq Woolen-esque, style to him. Some people say Richard Sherman, which is crazy. I think he would be awesome with this team, man. I love Siobhan Revel. He's a beast. He's a beast. He is a beast. You keep saying Sanders a Jet? Are you talking about them trading up or something? It'd be insane. But right now on the clock is the 49ers. Unless this pick is incorrect. I haven't seen it officially announced on the broadcast yet, but my information is telling me that Mason Taylor was the selection to the Jets. So we're going to go ahead and say that's probably the case. Chargers will pick Nick Scorton, and that would be an awesome pick for them. Hey, Director, give me defensive line edge, Helm, cornerback, and Thornton. Gunnar Helm is one of my favorite players in this draft, too, in terms of his range. You get him in the fourth round. Third round, I'd be happy with him. Fourth round, I'd be ecstatic. He's not fast, but he does everything right. He's a great blocker. His hands are ridiculous, and he's an after-the-catch guy too. He'll make you miss. He'll force you, or he'll run you over. He's an awesome tight end prospect for the Chargers. He'd be great. And then Thornton is definitely my guy in terms of wide receivers later. 6'5". He's a burner, right? He needs a lot of work everywhere else. But he's a burner that can body out defenders. Has the most ridiculous contested catch grade this draft, in my opinion. Yeah, Mason Taylor officially off the board. Thank you. Steve Simmons, good to see you, man. Good to see Steve Simmons back in the chat. You like Ferguson from Oregon, too? Yeah, I think I would still take him in the second round. It's a little high. But at this point, I think if I'm looking for offense, I'm probably grabbing wide receiver. At this point, that's kind of where I feel like the Chargers should be leaning anyway. We need a guy to complement Ladd so badly, and there's like 4 or 5 really good guys I would still take on the board that I would hand that responsibility off today, and it would be awesome to see them thrive. Amenor, Besh, Royals, Williams, and Harris, any one of those 5. And I'm very happy with the wide receiver position out of this draft. Very happy. Trade for Andrews then? Yeah, I think that's a good contingency plan. But if we can get in range, man, if the Chargers go get a wide receiver, I'm trading up like into the mid, or not mid. I would trade into like, where is our pick in the third round? It's 80 something, right? 86. I would trade up into as high as like 70. To go get Harold Fannin. Like, literally, he's one of my favorite players. Maybe 75. 70's a little high. But let's say 75. I would jump up 10 picks to go get Harold Fannin in the third round. That's my guy today, dude. You guys would love Harold Fannin at tight end. He's amazing. He's a playmaker. Here comes the Niners pick. I actually don't have this one, so we're going to find out live together. Harold Fannin is a legend. He would be awesome, man. He would be awesome. With the 43rd pick, the Niners select Alfred Collins, awesome pick for them, man. I love Alfred Collins, dude. Who did they go in the first round? I remember thinking they got someone crazy. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Who are they matching up with Alfred Collins again? It's Mikael Williams. Oh, my goodness. That interior line is going to be disgusting. Or that line in general is going to be disgusting. Mikael Williams, Alfred Collins. That's some beef. That is some beef up front, man. That's a good pick. I like Alfred Collins. I like Mikael Williams. Yeah, that's a nice line, man. We all know what the Niners like to do, and they're doing it very well in the draft this year. The Cowboys now on the clock. Chargers 11 picks away from their selection in the second round. More than likely we get the Oregon at a tight end in the fourth. The Oregon tight end in the fourth? I don't think he slides all the way to the fourth. I would take him in the third, heartbeat, Terrence Ferguson, but there's no way he's going to the fourth round, I think he's got a shot, I think, to make it in the tail end of the second round. He's one of the most athletic tight ends in this class. Ferguson falls third round for sure. I could see that, and I would be very happy taking him in the third. Bannon is my guy, but I like a lot of these tight ends. I love a lot of these wide receivers right now. I'm telling you that right now, though. Defense, though, there's some really big talent. And what's crazy is that we have to figure out what's going on with Will Johnson, everybody. What do you think's there's a problem in terms of his health. There's maybe a bigger problem than we all knew behind the scenes. But if he falls to the Chargers in the second round, it's a no-brainer, right? Like, I don't care what problem he has. I don't care if he sits out the whole year. That is a crazy value in the second round. No? You guys wouldn't do that? I would do that. Yeah, knee. And I mean, that's fine. I know we don't need cornerback, but holy crap, is that the best talent on the board? And in terms of fit, in terms of familiarity, too, there's a whole lot of upside there. And we all didn't know it was that bad. We were all still assuming he would have been a mid-first rounder. So who knows? Tommy Z with the 5. Can we relive your McConkey pick? It was so priceless. Oh, dude. I don't even know where to find it anymore. It's somewhere on TikTok, or on TikTok, yes, and on Twitter. It's somewhere on Twitter. Like I did with McConkey, though. If you guys don't remember, McConkey was like my favorite player last year. I drafted him everywhere. He was my guy. Of course, a lot of Malik Neighbors talk last year, but I was trading back into the first a lot to get McConkey, and certainly the trade up in the second was amazing. An awesome moment for me. I was so ecstatic. But I flipped out. And so I decided to make a movie of all of the time, like all of the instances that I mentioned McConkey. Every time I went to bat for him, every time I told everyone that this is my guy. And it was like a 2 or 3 minute movie of just me like slobbering all over the idea of McConkey coming to the Chargers. I did the same thing with Omarion Hampton yesterday. I've compiled a video of all the times I was like, dude, we got to get this guy on the Chargers. It was about just as long too, man. He was awesome. I got the Cowboys pick in, man. Dude, it's another one guy I would have loved to the Chargers. Daniel, 5 Delhala, why does it seem like when we start doing good, every other team decides to start doing good too? It's competition. I'm about it. I think we can rise to the top despite all of that. Yeah, the AFC West is a part I'm thinking you're referring to, right? I'm about it. Let's crush them anyway. We got Janty to worry about now. Let's figure it out. We got our running back too. Watch out. The rest of the AFC West is thinking the same thing. As a matter of fact, I posted a clip of me talking to the other heads of the AFC West teams and the content creation realm, and those guys were all over it, man. They're like, dang, I hate seeing the Chargers get better, but like that pick makes them a whole lot better, and that makes them scary and this and that. Go check it out. It's on my Twitter page and on Instagram. Me talking to the other AFC West content creators about the pick. With the 44th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Donovan Ezeraku, edge, Boston College. Great fit for the Chargers. He met with the team. He's a production guy, maybe a little undersized, but he's insane in terms of getting to the quarterback consistently, moving his feet forward. He's awesome. He is awesome. And I think that the player I think the Chargers would have traded up for in this round. Of course, never say never. But a stick and pick feels pretty appropriate here unless wide receivers start seeing a run, which is insane because the only wide receiver we've seen so far with just now 10 picks in front of us has been Jaden Higgins. Oh, wait, Luther Burden got taken too. Luther Burden, Jaden Higgins. And there's still, in my opinion, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide receivers I still take in the second round here. 5. And there's some that if you have the evaluation, I still would feel really good about. Ooh, Colts just took one of my favorite players here too, man. I'll announce it here in just a second. Tim Thied, $2 holla. Really, my favorite picks go back to back. Oh, you're a big Ezeraku fan? And Alfred Collins, yeah, these are some defensive beasts are flying off the board right now, man, including one of my favorites here. Tim, thank you. Yeah, Mike Green is still there, but I don't know, man. Everyone's avoiding him for a reason. Another edge rusher just came off the board to the Indianapolis Colts. At pick 45 in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Colts select JT Tuimoloau, edge rusher out of Ohio State, one of my favorite guys. I consistently picked him in the second round to the Chargers. Just imagine Tuimoloau and Tuipulotu rushing from the edge every season. It would have been beautiful. But it's a great pick for them, man. I think they hit it on the head here. Users are consistently picking Mike Green and all these guys to be the selection there. But that's an awesome pick. Safe pick. I think he's going to be easily a very productive player for them. Can I play interior offensive line? In high school, I played a little tackle, a little tight end, a little linebacker, little everything. Is Omarion a good pass protecting back? Yes. Omarion, there is literally no weakness to his game other than maybe a little bit of open field wiggle, but even there, he's good. He's not elite, but everything else, he's like crazy good. Trust me when I say there are going to be more Omarion Hampton jerseys sold this year than maybe Justin Herbert. After the season is over and you see what kind of damage this guy can do, he is absolutely bonkers. And he's going to be featured. He's going to be fed. You're going to see so much Omarion Hampton on the field, it's going to make your head spin. Omarion Hampton is the future of the offense with Justin Herbert. It's going to be insane. Trust me. He's so good. He's so good. Thank you so much for the holla, man. Krevin with the 5. I really want Mike Green. I get it. I have actually drafted Mike Green a lot in my mock drafts. I'm missing something here. Oh, there's still one guy there. But if the character problems are really that serious, then I don't want anything to do with them. I think that's kind of what's happening right now. What defensive tackle do we still have? Darius Alexander, one of my favorites, is still there. Defensive tackle, Norman Lott is still there. CJ West is a good pick here. Shamar Turner. You're kind of getting into the third round with some of those picks. You know, Jordan Phillips, Jamari Caldwell is one of my favorite. The other Texas Longhorn, Vernon Broughton, is also a really good interior guy. He's well-rounded, too. 6'4", 305, maybe a little light. But there's some still good interior guys if we wanted to go after that position. That's so funny. NFL Network's comp for Tuimoloau is Tuipulotu. That's excellent. That's funny. That is funny. Over under pick 65 for Sanders. Let me see who's still left. 65. So 65. What QB needy teams? You're talking if he goes in the third, right? Ooh, you're getting in the weeds now, man. Holy cow. So you're saying he either gets drafted like next to the Raiders or we see him in the third. I'm taking the under. I can't believe I'm saying that, but like the Browns are in the third. The Raiders are in the third. Giants already took their quarterback. Saints already took their quarterback. Jets could maybe take a flyer on him in the third, too. I'm going to take the under on that one, my friend. Unless the Raiders take him right here.
1. Actroport 2.
Kind of where I'm at.
3. Who is third 1?
Hey! Our resident Star Wars Chargers fan We make all the right friends in the right places. With $100 holla, Constellation Pegasus drops in the chat and says, hello. Hello there. I forgot to tell you. I guess you say I saw Star Wars at the movies in 1977. Very exciting. Quick quiz. Actropod, Lakesys, who's the third one? It was Morgan, right? Lady Morgan. Did I get it? Did I get it? Everyone else in the chat's probably like, what's happening? Is it Lady Morgan? Did I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I didn't get it. I don't know. I just remember we're all talking about the Night Sisters yesterday. Did I get it? $100. Either way, man, thank you so much. Dude, Constellation Pegasus, I don't think we saw you yesterday. What do you think of the pick? Omarion Hampton, your boy got it right. I was literally losing my mind. I was losing my mind. What are your picks for today, too, man? Oh, I didn't even say it. You're right, Tim. Here, hang on. Pegasus, believe in the heart of the cards, Pegasus. Let Yugi's grandfather go. I summon what was his name? The Dark Magician. Appreciate that $100 holla, man. Wow. Thank you so much, man. I gotta find him in here, Constellation. Did I get it, Constellation? He says good pick. He loves the pick. Oh, it was Clothau. Oh, so there was one before, like, because there was 4 of them out there. What was the planet's name too in Ahsoka, where they all went out to with Thrawn? Yeah, no, we fell. But Lady Morgan, she ended up being such a cool character, huh? We talked about this last time, didn't we? She ended up being such a cool character. I loved her sequence in Mando. She followed it up with an awesome appearance in Ahsoka. I liked it a lot. Hey, man, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Guys, give some love for Pegasus in the chat, baby. Resident Baller coming in and supporting the channel every single week. $100 holla, man. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much, man. Scroll the pics over, please. Let me see if it's gonna keep the... Yeah, it keeps pushing out the... Maybe I'll tell you guys here in just a second. It's going to be announced any minute now anyway. Oh, I got the pig. You guys want to hear it? You guys want to hear it? It's another one you guys really wanted. Pegasus! Thank you so much, man. That's amazing. That's amazing. With the 46th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Terrence Ferguson. Tight end, Oregon. Tight end... Oregon. Off the board. Somewhere there's a Terra going, no! That's my guy. He's the wrong LA team. Ferguson is off the board to the Rams. On the clock now is the Cardinals. He would have made an excellent Charger, man. That is insane. I told you guys there's a good chance that he can maybe make it into the second round. Seems a little high for me. I'm still not going to lie. Where are we at right now? Yeah, probably 20 picks later is kind of wherever we were kind of feeling comfortable with it. But, I mean, that's still... He's taken for a reason. He's athletic. He's one of the fastest, if not the fastest tight end in this draft. And he's going to make an impact. Ferguson off the board. Hopefully a run on tight ends doesn't happen because I don't want to miss out on Fannin or Helm in the third, man. I'd be very disappointed. I'd be very, very disappointed. Brand Smooth 10. Do you think we go O or D for this pick? Honestly, like, based on the best players available, of course, Mike Green, Will Johnson are in the conversation depending on what's happening behind the scenes. But Trey Amos, Scorton, Morrison, Lott, Revel, Swinson. Don't sleep on Braden Swinson, too. That's all I'm going to say. And Darius Alexander. Defense kind of dominates available players right now. So I feel like defense is a really good call if a majority of those players make it to us. But in terms of need, there are a crap ton of wide receivers right now that I would take in a heartbeat. So either one, man. Either one. Thank you for $10 holla, man. Oh, okay. We got a big one coming, dude. Huge pick coming up. Arizona Cardinals pick is in, and it's a big one. With the 47th pick, the Arizona Cardinals select Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan. Finally off the board. I know, I'm sure that Ortiz was holding his breath hoping that would happen. But Will Johnson, now off the board. Chargers, I know it sucks, but it's definitely a slide and a value for the Arizona Cardinals. That's another player off the board. Again, who knows what happened? Again, defense, when I read that list, was dominating in terms of value. Does that hold up? At least Johnson won't be a Raider. I'm going to say that about him and Quinshawn Judkins and Travion Henderson. You know? Definitely not the worst case scenario. Game Time FPS says, am I alone in wanting to draft J.J. Pegues in a later round? You are not wrong. J.J. Pegues, I love that prospect to the chart. That is a Jim Harbaugh pick if I've ever seen one. You kidding me? Beefy defensive lineman meets fullback. He's going to play both sides of the ball for sure. The protege to Scott Matlock, absolutely I would take Pegues in like the 4th round, I think. I would be so happy with that pick. Revel over Johnson, but I want a wideout. I'm definitely on Johnson over Revel, but I would take both of them. At this point, Revel is probably my top corner, right? Let me go double check here. No, he's not. But he's close. It's I think Benjamin Morrison, Revel, and then Amos. Oh, maybe it's Amos, Revel, then Morrison. I don't know. He's up there. And there's also Darian Porter, Dorian Strong, Jacob Parrish a little later, Noel Williams, one of my favorites too. There's some good corners later on as well, man. I'm actually not too worried about it. They just announced the Cardinals pick. Will Johnson off the board. Hey, start of the 3rd round is when I'm allowed to go take my energy drink. You guys are going to help me out. Maybe after our pick. I'm burning. And, dude, we have the longest stream tomorrow, too. You guys are going to see me, like, on life support most of that stream. We're going to stream close to 20 hours this weekend. It's going to be nuts. Will Johnson ran 4.5, but he didn't, like, he was so physical. I don't know if it really mattered. I think he'd have been fine. And 4.5 is definitely not too bad. Go chug an energy drink. Yeah, I have one on standby. I didn't need one yesterday, luckily. Today I'm feeling a little burnt. We're gonna go to it in here probably the next 30 minutes or so. The Raiders just traded. Was it the Raiders? It was Miami. What happened? I could have sworn the Raiders were about to select. I'm confused. Okay, well, either way, it's the Texans right now. It says it was Miami. Oh, it says it was Miami through Vegas. Okay, a whole lot of moving pieces with this pick. At the end of the day, pick 48 belongs to the Houston Texans. They are on the clock. They are likely going after... They traded out of the 1st round, right? They traded out of the 1st round. Let's see. Houston Texans. Here we go. Yeah, and they went ahead and got Jaden Higgins earlier. That's where Higgins ended up going. He's going to be awesome with Nico Collins and Tank Dell. Who else do they need? Who else do the Texans need? They need interior so bad, dude. They, like, traded away their whole offensive line. So if they're trading up, who do I see worthy trading up for on the O-line? That's really who they should be trading up for. And I think at any trade up at this point is kind of a reach. Is it Esri, the Minnesota tackle, might be the pick here? Tate Ratledge could be the pick here. Oh, it is. Okay, it's the tackle out of Minnesota. Literally, the words are coming out of my mouth, and that's the selection for them. It's a bit of a reach. I'm not going to lie. A bit of a reach. Let's see. He was in and around the range of... ranked, like 70-ish? 60-something? So, yeah, I mean, it's about a 10-15 pick reach. But they needed a tackle so desperately, and that's why they moved up. Okay, whatever. Cool. Did the Raiders selected a tackle? So far, the Raiders' only pick has been Ashton Genty. They have 1 pick this round, but they got 3 picks in the 3rd, dude. Raiders got a whole lot of draft capital next round, and then 2 in the 4th. Raiders, dude, they have a whole lot of draft picks. I didn't even realize that. That's insane. Raiders going to pick up a whole new roster at the end of this draft. So it's Ariante Essery is going to be the pick for the Texans, tackle out of Minnesota. And now the Bengals are on the clock. The Chargers just 6 picks away from their selection in the 2nd round. So their selection in the 2nd round. Steve Simmons with a 10 says, totally in on Pegues. Absolutely. Dude is a beast. Dude is a beast. Thank you, Steve. $10 holla, my man. Tim Thede says, I guess we won't get any Michigan players. Stewart's still available. I mean, he would be a bit of a reach here, but Chargers will need edge, and they would definitely find a good one in him. A little undersized, but he knows how to move. Family trust respects, says Christopher Johnson. Absolutely. 100%. Preach. Preach. Morrison, please. Oh, man. Why not Scatterbo? Because we already got Amari Hampton. No need. Amari Hampton's going to be one of the best players at running back in the next 3 years, man. It's so hard for me to believe otherwise. And someone, director, you're a homer and this and that, whatever. Like, his situation plus his talent is ridiculous. And we saw the same thing happen with other players when they entered a good situation. Because other than Willie Lampkin, like, who was blocking for Omarion Hampton at UNC? Like, who else was there? I'm actually going to go see if there's any other listed in the top 200 from UNC. Because as far as I remember, I don't think they had much other than Lampkin, man. I felt like they were pretty weak, as a matter of fact. And as an individual talent, he really went crazy. And they didn't have Drake May this year either. He was their offense. You play defense against UNC, guess what? They're running the football. And he still made a huge impact. He still had the season he did. He's such an incredible individual talent. I'm so excited to see what he does. On the clock is the Cincinnati Bengals right now, though. You want Harris or Arroyo? So right now, if I were to make the pick, this is tough actually because best available is kind of the number one thing I'm looking for. Mike Green feels like a player that may slide to the Raiders in the 4th round. It's because there may be some character stuff there that no one else is willing to bring into their organization. Players that I personally I'm going in on for the Chargers, if they really want edge, Nick Scorton is still there, and he's pretty great. And Landon Jackson, there was somebody that brought a super chat in earlier that said they would love that pick. You could go corner. There's some strong ones here with Morrison and Amos. And then wide receiver, there's some really good ones, man. Manor and Besh. And, again, there's like 5 of them still. Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams, Trey Harris. Man, that's kind of where I want to go is wide receiver. I want to go wide receiver. Any one of those 5 guys, and I would be super happy. Miguel, what's up, baby? What's up, Miguel, baby? Ursary to the Texans. We're waiting on the Cincinnati Bengals now. We're getting closer and closer to the Chargers pick at 22. Man, dude, tomorrow's going to be so busy. We're going to start off, slow. 4th and 5th round, crossing our finger, and then we're going to go nuclear in the 6th round. We're going to have a pick every 5 minutes if we don't trade up at some point. And then close it out with the 7th rounder. And then, man, I got a show on Bleacher. Funny enough, I don't think I was supposed to go live on Bleacher yesterday. My bad. I think I was scheduled for Saturday. But I'll be live there on Saturday, too. What have I missed? Chargers haven't picked up anybody yet, but there are some big players sliding. Probably the biggest one being Mike Green, Trey Amos, Nick Scorton, Benjamin Morrison. Will Johnson ended up going to the Cardinals just a few picks ago, actually. But nothing too crazy so far. Some big running backs going off the board very early. The Ohio State running backs. to the Browns. Quinshawn Judkins went first to the Browns, and then Henderson ended up going to the New England Patriots. Luther Burden didn't last long either. He went to the Bears. Unfortunately, Mason Taylor's off the board to the Jets. He's already gone. Yeah, it's been crazy. It's been crazy. Timothy with the 2, would Dante Thornton be a reach right now? Yes, it would. I wouldn't be looking at Dante Thornton until the 3rd or 4th round at the very earliest. I think you can find him in the 4th or 5th. But he would be great. And again, he's not as well refined as any of these guys by a long shot. The reason that you go after in this part of the draft, the guys that we mentioned like Amenor and Besh and Royals and all these guys, is because they're very well refined and they will be strong wide receiver 2s in your team. Thornton is more like a wide receiver 3 or 4, but he's got that one trick that's going to keep him on the field a lot. So he can play perimeter and just run the craziest go routes of this class, maybe. I don't know. He's stupid fast, like a 4.3 flat, and one of the craziest contested catch rates you're going to find, contested catch grades you're going to find in this class too. He's awesome, and he's definitely worth it at that point. But he needs refinement in his routes. He needs refinement in a lot of areas of his game. But he's definitely worth it for a team like the Chargers to take on. Georgia, or I should say Georgia. Jeremiah says, I really want Kyle Williams or Jalen Noel. Dude, Kyle Williams would be insane. I got to go take a look real quick. Kyle Williams, how many snaps did he take in the slot? 119 to 348 last season. He can play wide. I know people say he can't because he's not like 6'12", but he is such an excellent separator, man. I would take him in a heartbeat. Sanders at 55, quarterback 2 for the next 10 years. Green is a Charger. That would be insane, man. I would hope that they have all of their information required to not be worried about it. Demetrius Knight is going to be the selection for the Cincinnati Bengals at pick 1, or it should be pick 17. And now the pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks coming up next. So Demetrius Knight, definitely a great pick for the linebackers. You're probably not going to see another one selected for a while. I think all the best linebackers have been scooped up at this point. You got a couple of really nice upside guys, but not the strongest linebacker class. The Bengals end up getting away with one of the last really, really good ones. Seattle Seahawks now on the board with the Chargers coming up now in 5 picks. 5 picks. Known yet, the $2 hollow. We need Quentin Johnston Jr. Bro has elite hands. Quentin Johnston Jr.? Quentin Johnston Jr. Some people have told me Quentin Johnston Jr. in this class is Savion Williams. Is that what we're talking about? I don't know. Can Fannin block? Yeah, he can block. He's not as big as most tight ends, so he's not going to block the same way as them, but he's got a good grade, and he's got good effort. He's definitely not too terrible. He's just not going to be as high upside because of his size. Can Sanders play wide receiver? Jack Best should be incredible, man. There's a lot of guys that bring physicality to the table at the wide receiver position, too, that are still available, which is why I think that's not a bad call. You know, Amenor, Besh, Trey Harris, these guys, they're going to bring the beef. And I know that's what we want. We need the beef. Yeah, Besh would be an awesome pick. And a lot of people will say that they have TCU PTSD, so they don't want Jack Besh. Dude, he's such a different player from Quentin Johnston. They are so wildly different, man. This Quentin Johnston is an after the catch player, right? He uses his speed and his size to his advantage and all that. But Jack Besh, he's not going to be the fastest guy, but he's a possession dude. Like, he's not going to drop the football. We knew that about Quentin Johnston when he was drafted. Lots of high upside in terms of his, route running actually. And speed and that kind of stuff. But we knew he had a drop issue. Jack Besh is the opposite. He does not drop the football. Like, I'm going to see if I can find how many footballs he dropped last. He dropped 1 ball last year with how many targets? 91 targets, 1 drop. He's completely the opposite. He's a possession. He's a sure-handed guy. He's a physical guy. Like, he's much different than Quentin Johnston. So don't let that fool you. He's very much so worthy of a number 2 and fits this new system beautifully. Beautifully. Seahawks, we're still waiting to hear the pick. You guys want Patrick Herbert in like the 7th? Matthew coming in with the 1 month. He says, let's go Bolts. We finally got a run game going. You enjoying the new Andor season? It's been awesome, man. It hit me in the feels so good. It's such an excellent... I can't believe we were graced as Star Wars fans with something so good. I loved the first season immensely. This season, maybe off to a little bit of a weirder start. There's that one storyline in the first few episodes where I was like, eh, and then it got good. Like really, really good all of a sudden. Oh, Seattle Seahawks pick is in. We are circling the drain. I'm just going to tell you guys because I don't want you to get spoiled in the chat. At pick 50, the Seattle Seahawks select Elijah Arroyo, tight end Miami. Elijah Arroyo is now off the board. Excellent, excellent tight end in terms of upside. He needs refinement like a lot of these guys, but the raw speed, athleticism, size, he's incredible. He's going to be good, and he's off the board for the Chargers. And at this point, if you guys are still like gun-ho on tight end, I got some news for you. We're either reaching for Harold Fannin or we are hoping to get Gunnar Helm in the 3rd. And to be honest with you guys, from what I've heard and what I've read and what I've researched, Harold Fannin would be worth a 2nd-round pick, a low 2nd-round pick, high 3rd-round pick. That is what I have read and researched and heard and whispers and all that kind of stuff. Like, Harold Fannin is for real. If he got selected in the 2nd, sure. It's a reach in comparison to a lot of our mock drafts, but holy cow, is he an awesome talent. I promise you, he would make an impact with this team. He would be incredible in terms of a playmaker. I would not be upset with Harold Fannin in the 2nd, not in the least. What I'm hoping happens is that the Chargers get their wide receiver right now, and they trade up for Harold Fannin, in the first third of the 3rd round. I would love... He's my guy right now, man. Next pick is in. It's the Carolina Panthers. They're going to select Nick Scorton, the Texas A&M. So edge rusher now off the board. Funny enough, the closer we get to the Chargers, the faster players are coming off the board at positions that we need. Trey Harris still there. He'd be beautiful. Yeah. I think right now, honestly, best player available outside of course, you see Mike Green on the table, but he's there for a reason. Best player right now... There's so much defense in terms of DB, Amos, Morrison, even Winston Jr. Defensive line, there's a few players I still really like. Alexander, Norman Lott, excuse me. Edge has a few players too. But wide receiver is kind of climbing to the top right now, man. Wide receiver, there's... there's... You guys still here with me? Can you guys still see me? Did I hiccup? Did we hiccup? Are we back? Are we back? That was scary. I was like, everything just froze. We good? We're good? Okay, let me refresh here. I think my internet had a hiccup. I've never seen that before. So, Nick Scorton's going to be the selection there. I need to actually refresh my... Here we go. Sorry about that, guys. Technical difficulties. I'm glad that the whole stream didn't shut down. My word. Yeah, no. I had to refresh my stream to see the game. I have it on YouTube TV. Okay, we're good now? That scared the crap out of me, dude. I was like, no! So yeah, Panthers got Scorton. Oh, another guy that I think was visiting with the Chargers at one point, right? Okay, so with the 52nd pick, the Tennessee Titans have just selected Femi Oladejo. The edge rusher out of UCLA. He's off the board now, too. I have to assume, was a Chargers guy as well. A lot of players are flying off the board that the Chargers would have considered. Oladejo, Scorton, Arroyo, Will Johnson, of course, Terrence Ferguson. It's been kind of a run of play, and Tuamaloa out. Big run of players that I would have assumed the Chargers were going after. Yee. Who's still best available? Mike Green, obviously, but there's problems there. By the time we get to our pick, which is what it's coming up now, we're just a few picks away from the Chargers. I would assume that best player on the board is probably going to be a corner, Norman Lott, a Maynor, or I should say one of the top wide receivers, or like a Braden Swinson, edge defender. How do you say this other guy's name? Umanamilan, the edge rusher out of Ole Miss. He's also not a bad option. Oladejo is the pick for the Titans. The Bucks now on the board. Take Swinson from LSU. Yeah, dude, Swinson would be an awesome pick here too, man. I don't know what's going to happen. If it were me, I'm taking wide receiver here. If it were me, I'm taking wide receiver. Most of the tight ends I feel that you should take in the second are gone. Harold Fannin, I would still take. Just because I'm so high on him, I would hope we trade down and then take him. That's probably a really good option right now for the Chargers. Trade down to a late second-round pick and take Harold Fannin. That's kind of what I'm looking for. But if not, I'm going to stick and pick and go wide receiver. You guys like Jared Wilson too? He'd be awesome. And that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, it's kind of hard to get this pick wrong. There's a lot of value still on the board. A lot of upside players too. Whether it's wide receiver or otherwise, a lot of upside players. Offense, defense. What happened with Mike Green? There's some allegations that don't look good behind the scenes. And it sounds like from what we're seeing that there's uncertainty on the legitimacy of it. But we don't know. We don't know for certain. Maybe they don't know for certain either, and no one just wants to take on the risk if they're not absolutely 100% on, like, in the know of what's happening. Tesla's a sleeper. Yeah, he is. Isn't Tesla more of a... Is he a big slot? I see. There was a couple of guys I loved that were big slots. It might have been Tesla. It was also, for sure, the Nick Nash. That's right. Nick Nash is also a big slot. Nick Nash, a big slot. I got the pick for the Bucks. Defensive side of the football. Kyle with the 5. Let's go, Bolts. Coming up soon. Bolt Bros, let's go. Big love to you, my guy. Kyle. Appreciate the love here, man. Let's go, Bolts. Let's go, Bolts. Some good players still on the board, man. Big love to Kyle, baby. Is this actually Kyle from Bolt Bros? Because big love to you, my guy. Eric Black with the 2. Is Tez Johnson available? Yeah, he is. He's probably projected more in the 4th. 3rd, 4th. Jack Sawyer would be interesting. Jack Sawyer. Mike Gee with the 5. Let's be real. Most of our favorites are gone. Ortiz should have moved. He still has time. To move. I think he says yes, Kyle from Boat Bros. What's up, baby? What's up, Kyle, baby? There's still time to move. I think at this point that's kind of my preference. If we don't go wide receiver. If they're like heels in the dirt, we're not going wide receiver. I think I trade down, I get Harold Fannin. But there's so many good wide receivers on the board, man. In order of how I would take them, probably Maynor, Besh, Harris, Royals, Williams. And all of them would be fantastic picks. We need a guy on the outside. I think enough time has passed now. With the 53rd pick, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Benjamin Morrison, one of my favorite corners in this draft, dude. He's the next Paulson Adebo. He's incredible. He's awesome. He would have been a really good fit with this team. And another defensive player off the board just before the Chargers. We got 2 picks before the Chargers select at 55. Who do you guys want to see? Officially right now, my guy is Harold Fannin for the day. This seems a little high for him, but he's the next best tight end in my opinion. Him and Gunnar Helm are 2 guys I would be absolutely ecstatic to see the Chargers take today. Maynor. Honestly, if you're looking for a solid number 2 wide receiver, it depends on where you have Kyle Williams ranked. He could be the pick. He's such a great separator. But Amenor just feels like such a good fit. Him and Besh just bring that physicality that you're looking for from the position. I really do want to go wide receiver. That's what I want. But I'm not going to complain if we go defense, if we go trenches. You know, there's a lot of good value. Let's see what the Chargers decide to do. The only thing that would do, it would piss me off, is taking another running back. That's it. You guys want Mike Green? If the only way you take Mike Green is if the background checks out, and at this point, I don't feel confident in that. So we'd have to wait and see. You guys want speed at wide receiver? I agree, but we have it. His name is Ladd McConkey. He needs help though. He needs help, and yeah, getting more speed's not gonna be bad either. Amenor ran a 4.44. That's fast. That's fast. I think Amenor is a great pick here. Ayo, Menor. They are announcing the Bucks picks now, which was Morrison, corner out of Notre Dame. You guys like Jalen Noel? Jalen Noel is like a slot beast, right? A lot of people super high on him too. I get it. And I wouldn't be opposed to taking another slot maybe later to try. It's like, give yourself some nice depth. He took 339 to 1, so he can play the outside. But I would love a perimeter guy. How big is Jack Besh again? 6'2". So the next two guys, they profile very similar for me. Big physical guys. Besh, Amenor. Help you tremendously in the run game too, man. That's a big thing you're getting in Amenor. You're not just getting the nice, hands, decent route running. Nice speed, athleticism, nice frame, nice physicality, but you're getting a really good blocker as well. And you can say the same thing about Besh. Amenor and Besh both carry that same trait. And you know what? Just the more I think about it, I love both of them so much, but Besh may even edge it for me a little bit. Because the big thing you get out of Besh is perimeter play in terms of possession. He does not drop the football. Amenor, he's pretty safe there too. But that's just kind of the signature, trait of Jack Besh, is that he doesn't drop. And that's what we need. That's what we need. The pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. The Los Angeles Chargers are now on the clock. Let's go! Who do you guys want? It's time to spam the chat. You guys know who I prefer. I love Besh. I love Amenor, Royals, Williams, Trey Harris. Wide receiver is what I'm looking for. Norman Lott would be a tremendous value. Of course, Mike Green if things turn out right. Landon Jackson. Braden Swinson would be great here. Siobhan Revel's a huge my guy at corner. Darius Alexander, one of my favorite interior players. There's some really good. Jared Ivey, didn't even mention him. Beefy Ole Miss edge. Darian Porter, awesome, huge, fast perimeter corner. Tate Ratledge, if we wanted to go interior offensive line, would be absurd. Hey, Jordy! It's Jordy Nelson. He looks like such a sitcom dad all of a sudden. Jordy Nelson. He's going to announce the pick for the Packers. We'll see what the pick for the Packers is here real quick. They already went wide receiver in the first round. Be happy with Amos? Oh, yeah. Amos would be great. Amos would be a good pick here, too. Yeah, he'd be awesome. Amos, big physical corner, fast. Maybe not stupid fast, but definitely has some good speed. Maybe more agility is what I should have said. But he's a really good run defending corner, too, man. We would love him. Green Bay Packers select Anthony Belton. They went tackle. With this pick. Belton off the board. Belton. I think a lot of people had him in the 5th. 4th, 5th round. Okay. Hey, you know what? Chargers now on the clock. That pushes some talent down. What are we doing, man? I don't mind trading down here. I want to go wide receiver. There's some good defensive, best player available guys still on the board. Honestly, I don't know, man. I'm excited to find out. I'm not pushing too much an agenda. Who we get in director? I would say Jack Besh. If I'm going to throw out a name right now, Jack Besh kind of feels good to me. Jack Besh. You guys love Trey Harris too. Like, it would be hard to disappoint me here. Truly. They go running back again. I'd be mad. Shedeur Sanders. No, I don't know about that. What do you guys think? Yeah, Mike Green's on the board, but again, the complications there. If we take him, then you would assume that we have certainty that there's nothing too bad going on behind the scenes. But the pick is in for the Chargers. We are sticking. We are picking. The next player is on his way to LA. Who's it going to be? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and turn off the chat here real quick. And I'm going to turn off this piece down here. Okay, so I'm not going to know until it's officially announced on the stage, okay? So sorry if I miss any super chats and stuff, but I want to get a genuine reaction here. Genuine reaction. Melvin Gordon is making the pick. I forgot about that, dude. Melvin Gordon came back. We all thought he hated us. Hey, Bolt Nation. Here it comes, guys. Here it comes. With the 55th pick, the Chargers select Trey Harris! Trey Harris! Trey! Let's go! Hey, that is such a good pick for the Chargers. You guys wanted wide receiver. I wanted wide receiver. We got a big wide receiver, dude. Oh, man. Let's go! How you guys feel about that, man? Trey Harris. Oh, you guys are going to love him, man. You guys are going to love Trey Harris, dude. Oh, my goodness. We got a perimeter wide receiver all of a sudden, baby. Let's go! So Trey Harris, contested catch guy, okay, perimeter guy. He can go up there and battle it out with the best of them. Okay, he's 6'3", I think, 210 pounds. I heard some people saying, hey, this could be, maybe a little dramatically, the next DK. At very minimum, like an Alec Pierce. Really good perimeter guy. Not a crazy route runner, but he doesn't really use that. And I don't think there's evidence to suggest he can't be a good route runner. We haven't really given him the opportunity to show it. But really good contact balance, strength. He's a good after the catch guy. He was the receiver at Ole Miss last season, but the big thing that you're getting out of him is physicality. Just like we were talking about with Besh Nehemiah, this is a guy that can go up there and compete with the best of them. He will body out defenders. He's got a contested catch rate of 61.5. His grade versus man, which is absurd. You guys want to guess? 95 grade versus man coverage. This is a beast player, man. 1,000 yards last season, 7 touchdowns on 8 games played, mind you. Fantastic pick. Chargers fans, I have to imagine most Chargers fans are not going to push back on this, dude. What a fantastic move for the Chargers. They get the perimeter receiver. They got a guy to complement Ladd McConkey. We're in the dub section now, baby. I feel so good about that, man. Let's go. Does this affect the potential Keenan signing? Yeah, likely it does. But this is the kind of talent that we needed, man. Him and Mike Williams, they're going to be their perimeter guys this season. Maybe a little bit of mix in with QJ, but this was an awesome pick, dude. This was an awesome pick. Yeah. Now I'm kind of curious if the Chargers do trade up for tight end. I'm all about Harold Fannin now, but Trey Harris is an awesome pick, dude. I got to go tweet about this real quick, man. Let's see if I can grab, let's see, Chargers. I got to tweet about it real quick, man. Hang on, I'm going to show you guys this. Bolt fam telling us to draft a wide receiver. That's absolutely fantastic. Yes, we got it. We got it, baby. There's another win for them, dude. That's amazing. This is insane. This is exactly what we needed. And let me retweet this from the Chargers real quick. This is exactly what we needed. Big dog on the perimeter. Let's go. Welcome to the Bolts, Tre Harris. Dude, this is awesome. This is weird as a Chargers fan, man. This is so weird as a Chargers fan. Because as a Chargers fan for so many years, you see these players and these positions that make a lot of sense and have a lot of hype, and then we do something weird. You know what I mean? Like we grab the guy that nobody, thought of in the first or second round, whatever, the third round, fourth round. A position that maybe, we're putting our heels in the ground or we're drafting too far into need. This feels weird. We got a really good pick that the fan base is going to really get behind. And he's going to make an awesome impact with this team this year, man. I'm so stoked that Tre Harris to the Chargers. Let's go. What was Harris's 40, by the way? I completely forgot. I remember him just being a beast on the sideline. Tre Harris ran a 4.54, so a decent speed. Not a burner, but a decent speed, but an excellent separator. Like, my goodness. Size, speed, forget about it, man. Tre Harris, welcome to the Chargers. Let's read off some of his profile here on PFF. For those of you guys that didn't know, Harris projects as an alluring wide receiver 3 type for an offense that likes to push the ball downfield. His route tree and separation rates leave something to be desired, but he can keep a defense honest with his field stretching ability. Exactly what we needed. Not a very diverse route runner, but does well to get vertical. Good contact balance, strength for yards after the catch. Was Ole Miss go-to receiver the last 2 years. Shows active hands, arms to chop when running by defenders vertically. Not to mention, really good blocker too, man. I remember seeing that grade at some point as well. This is awesome. I'm very happy with that pick, dude. Very happy with that pick. Let's catch up a little bit with the draft. With the 56th pick, the Bears select Ozzie Trapillo, a tackle out of Boston College, and then Tate Ratledge off the board to the Detroit Lions. That's exactly where he would need to be ending up, isn't it? He's going to find a good home there. But Tre Harris, man, you guys are going to be happy with that one. I'm very stoked on that pick. Let's go! Looks like A.J. Brown really does. Really does. I may find some more comps on the web to see how we all feel, man. Let me actually go back and get some of these super chats. Dustin, chee-hoo! Let's go, baby! Let's go. Tre Harris, welcome to the Chargers. Man, that's good, dude. Angel walks with $2 hog. Did I miss the part where we signed a decent center? That's coming, man. I don't think there's a lot of centers in this draft. Don't be too disappointed if we miss out on one. But there's still some good ones later. There's the McLaughlin and Majors and guys that we can find at a value a little bit later. Heavy D with a 2 says we're nabbing Josiah Stewart in the 3rd round. That would be awesome. That'd be a good value too. I'd like him. Jonathan Ranko with a 5 says if we get Fannin in the 3rd, D-line edge and the rest of the pick. Yeah, dude, it would be awesome. I'm begging the Chargers to go get a tight end in the next round. That really does feel like where we're going to find the best available impact player now. So the Raiders just went Jack Bech, unfortunately, one of my favorite players. He's going to be a beast for them. They needed wide receiver as well. Raiders at 58 select Jack Bech at a TCU. He'll be good for them. Really good physical perimeter receiver for them as well. But Tre Harris does measure out a little bit better in terms of size, if that makes any difference for Chargers fans. Yeah, the draft's off to a pretty good start, man. This looks like a lot of my mock drafts, and I'm just some doofus who plays too much Madden. That's insane. Ravens are now on the clock. Tim Thede with the 2 says Gunnar Helm in the 3rd. Dude, I'd be all about it. Gunnar Helm, Harold Fannin. Fannin is the guy I'm kind of hoping for today, dude. Top of the show, that's the guy that I said, this is the dude I want. This is the dude I think is going to be an insane impact player sooner rather than not. Love it. And I would trade up for him. Absolutely. We're on trade up watch all of a sudden. As a matter of fact, while we're waiting, I'm going to go take a look and see pick value chart, what we're working with here. If we're in the 3rd round, Chargers, let's see. No. Let's see. We got 160 in worth here. Let's say we do trade 2/6 at the very most, right? So that would be 20, 30, 190. So the most I think we could move up is probably halfway up the third round to try and go get Fannin. If we decided we wanted to part ways with a fourth rounder as well, then you're probably talking top of the third, but I it's hard for me to imagine that. It really is. But I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to part ways with some of the 6th-round picks, maybe a combination. But I that's kind of the guy I left on the board that I'm kind of pounding the table. After that, I'm just kind of putting my feet up, and we'll kind of see where the chips fall. But Trey Harris is an awesome pick in the 2nd round for the Chargers, dude. Awesome pick in the 2nd round. How you feel about seeing Janty 2 times a year? It sucks. It is what it is. And Jack Besh, dude, don't forget about that, man. I love Jack Besh as well. It's going to be tough, but I think we'll handle it. It's going to be a difficult time running against the Chargers if we find some help in the interior at some point, too. Can we trade these 6th-round picks already? At this point, this is the ranges where I would start thinking about trading with those picks. You'll get the more value out of them in the 4th round because you can move up half a round with 1. But I wouldn't mind starting using them to try and go get a tight end in the 3rd. That's kind of where I'm at. How do you guys feel? I'm actually going to put a poll out. How do you guys feel? I know a lot of you guys were gunning for wide receiver. We got a really good one, man. I'm going to promise you that right now. What do you guys think? All I wanted to do is go wide receiver, and we got a really good one. That was all I was asking, and we got a really, really good one. Trey Harris is such a stud. I'm so happy. Just wait till we see him, man. He's so good. His highlights, yeah, were pretty nasty. He's a bully. He's a bully of a wide receiver out there. Trey Harris is such a stud. I'm so happy. He's so good, dude. If Gunnar Helm goes to us to the 3rd, it's a perfect draft for me. He's definitely one of my guys. Him and Harold Fannin are my guys. Harold Fannin is the one I'm hoping for, but Gunnar Helm feels like such a Charger. He's not too fast, but my goodness, does he have hands. He's like A.J. Brown 2.0. I'll take it. They're still announcing the Lions pick, by the way, which ended up being Tate Ratledge. Who's on the clock right now? It's the Ravens. It's the Ravens. It's the Ravens on the clock right now. Get Andrews. Herbert loves him. That is the contingency plan. That's something I laid out at the beginning of this whole thing. Was like, hey, if we completely whiff on tight end, let's get on the phone with John Harbaugh and get Mark Andrews over to L.A. It's got to be Fannin. I would love Fannin. Helm and Fannin. But Fannin is definitely the guy I came into today saying, hey, this is the guy I want. I want Harold Fannin. He would be... I don't know even what to compare him to, man. He's just a playmaker. Some people say David Njoku, which is definitely not too bad. They must feel real good about the D-line, huh? They can be, but again, D-line has some really good depth in this draft. So I think if you decide to go D-line in the 4th, if that's the first time that you decide to go D-line, you'll still get a pretty nice guy. Like the range of defensive linemen from now to the 4th round is a lot. It's similar to the guys 1st and 2nd. Does that kind of make sense? Oh, big pick by the Ravens. Hot take, but Murray and Hampton will do better than Ashton Jeanty. I think that they're on a very similar ground because Jeanty's a better player, but in the worst situation. Hampton is in such a good situation, and he's a great player. They're announcing the Raiders pick, which we already know is Jack Besh. I'm going to tell you guys right now. At pick 59, the Baltimore Ravens select Mike Green, edge Marshall. So they may have information everyone else does not, but holy crap. That is insane. That is an insane value if that works out for them, man. That is an insane, insane value. Wow. Good for them, man. Aaron Cleveland, I can't wait for your sim videos this year. It's going to be a fun one, man. I think the first episode kicks off mid-May. I think once we get the schedule, May 14th, I think, is when it's being released. We're going to start kicking off the sim series soon. Yeah, Mike Green off the board. That's an insane value if that works out for them. Huge risk. If that legal stuff catches up to him, that's a huge waste of a second-round pick. But, I mean, God, that's an insane value if it works out for him. The Broncos now on the clock. It seems that people are comparing Harris, A.J. Brown, Michael. It's a fair comparison. A.J. Brown is a fair comparison. I've heard DK Metcalf. I've heard Alec Pierce. As a matter of fact, I'm going to see if there's any more NFL comps that I didn't read before. Let's see. Trey Harris, NFL comp. Let's see what Bleacher Report said. Bleacher! 6'3", yada, yada, yada. Michael Thomas was the comp for them. Let's see. NFL comp on NFL.com. Alec Pierce. Fair. Rome Odunze, another comparison on Draft Buzz. So yeah, no, he's a big body guy. He's a bully receiver. He's a great. Let me actually go back to his profile here on Draft Buzz. I wanted to see if they have a grade on his blocking, because I remember thinking his blocking was pretty good. Yeah, his blocking is pretty decent, but he's definitely the kind of guy that's going to attack the deep part of the field and really open things up underneath for Ladd McConkey. That's exactly what you were looking for, and he's a step on the field day one kind of impact player, man. He's not your wide receiver one, but he's going to complement Ladd McConkey really well. And what's funny is that we maybe have the best example of how that could work. Actually, we forgot to take this down. Let's go end poll. It's kind of like Keenan Allen and Mike Williams. Keenan Allen was the dissector. He was out there creating first downs, chunk yards, being all reliable. That's Ladd McConkey, but McConkey's got some more speed on him. And then, Mike Williams stretching the field, being that, perimeter guy that you have to respect, and it pulls, the whole field backwards a little bit, opens up space. That really does kind of feel like it. Raiders copying your picks. Yeah, it is what it is. But Trey Harris is going to be an awesome compliment to Ladd McConkey, who is wide receiver one. But, man, dude, we got one of the best perimeter receivers in this draft. I'm so relieved they went wide receiver. I was worried they might say there's value at edge or there's value at defense, which is fair. But we needed wide receiver, and if Trey Harris was their selection, I also feel very confident that they had him higher than all the other players, which just really gets me excited about his ceiling. Because if there's one thing that a lot of people didn't agree with, is what the ceiling was of Trey Harris. Everyone felt that he had a really good floor in terms of what he offered as a vertical guy. But the ceiling is what gets me very excited. And I think if the Chargers felt he was better than Amenor and Besh and Williams, that gets me especially excited, man. Especially excited. If your highlights are from the Senior Bowl, you ain't that good. For which position, Miguel? Rick H-Town. Message redacted. No, but thanks for the $2 hollow, man.
I love that we are not dumping draft capital on these picks. Two studs, Chef Hort is cooking.
That's a really good, that's going to be something. Oh, Besh. No, Besh is a good pick for him. I mean, he's not a highlight guy. He's a grinder. I don't know what to tell you, but he's a good pick. Alvaro with a $10 haul. I love that we're not dumping draft capital on these picks. Two studs. Chef Ortiz is cooking. He really is. And that's going to be something that we as a fan base are going to get used to seeing, is a love and respect for draft capital. You're going to see a whole lot of it, and not a lot of trading in terms of unnecessary movement. And I think right now I feel so good about the only guy that I would have traded up for in the second round reasonably. Let's actually go take a look at the draft and see who went before us. I mean, there are names that if we moved 2 or 3 spots up, I probably would have bit. Olandejo, I probably would have bit on a few trades, spots trading up. The Seattle Seahawks are definitely a spot I probably would have traded up for at the 50, pick number 50. And if we can actually do the math here really quick, so that would have been a 5-spot jump. It would have been it would have cost our second and third round pick to go get Elijah Arroyo. And I much rather take Trey Harris and whoever's available in the third round at tight end or otherwise than Elijah Arroyo and nobody. Does that make sense? I'm pretty cool on that. Vera with a $10 holla. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, dude. Bobby Hill with the 10 director. Here's a big shout out from Lawrence Flynn. I'm pumped about Trey Harris. Let's go. Let's draft Gunnar Helm. Who's got it better than us? Nobody. Nobody, baby. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, dude. Big shout out to you, my friend. $10 holla. And Trey Harris is going to be a beast, man. It's going to be awesome. Sorry, I was trying to read something that got redacted. Skill players don't mean squad if you don't have an O-line. Ask Herbert. That's true. Fortunately, we have a pretty good O-line. Does this mean that we trade QJ? No, not necessarily. I think that QJ's in a weird spot. You're not going to get anything for him right now, unfortunately. You may get like a 4th or 5th rounder. At this point, I think that he showed enough last year to stay on the roster, you know, and see if he can make the third year work. At this point, I think that's kind of what I prefer too. Yes, he had some nasty drops, and they were very, very, very annoying to the fan base, but he also scored a whole lot of touchdowns, and that has to count for something too. That's to count for something too. Yeah. There's a bit of a pause in the draft right now. We're kind of waiting to see what happens. Mike Green was the selection for the Baltimore Ravens. Massive, massive, massive value for Mike Green if that ends up working out for them. The Broncos pick is now in. I hate it because it's a good player. It's one that I was personally very high on. Maybe not as high as some of the other guys that were left on the board, but if they're taking him, they're going to know exactly how to use him, and he's going to be good in their system anyway. At pick 60, the Denver Broncos are going to select R.J. Harvey, running back out of UCF. Very good player. Can do a little of everything. He's got nice wiggle, nice movement. He's an awesome all-around football player. And one that definitely a lot of us were looking at for the Chargers in this round as well. He's definitely very fast. Good receiver as well. I think he picked up a nice handful of yards last year. Just kind of a producer, man. 22 touchdowns on the ground last season at UCF. He's an absolute beast. You got to wait out. With every single team other than the Chiefs have picked up a monster running back in this class so far, man. This is the class to do it. In terms of available running backs right now, I mean, honestly, if I were the Broncos, I'm shocked that they didn't take Caleb Johnson or Cam Scatterbo. But R.J. Harvey is still excellent running back. And it's going to be a tough division when it comes to stopping the run, man. I'm kind of starting to hope we go defensive line now. I'm starting to hope that maybe somebody falls from the defensive line. Norman Lott, I'm a huge fan of Darius Alexander. He would be an excellent run defender, too. That's kind of, a guy that I'm holding my breath for all of a sudden. Let's see, interior defensive line. We need run stuffers all of a sudden. CJ West would be pretty good. Shamar Turner's got some nice upside. Jordan Phillips got some nice upsides. These pass rushers. Jamari Caldwell would be good. I love Pegues. We love Ty Robinson too as a pass rusher. It just kind of depends on what you need now. Like I'm almost like we need some run stoppers. Norman Lott is really good in pass rushing. Very, very good in pass rushing, matter of fact. Darius Alexander is really, really good in run defense. Also decent as pass rushing. Norman's not bad in run defense either, but me personally, I like Darius Alexander. But I would take either one of them. Yeah, defensive line's kind of climbing my board of what I want, which is kind of tough because Harold Fannin is my guy, and I think we can get him in the third round, especially if we decide to trade up. But now I'm thinking we might really need to go defensive line. Chargers just dropped a highlight video of Harris. Dude, it's difficult to bring down. I'm telling you, man, he is a bully. He's a bull, and I hope they show some of his run blocking tape too, dude. He is nasty. Ty Robinson's great too, man. So they just announced the Mike Green pick. RJ Harvey has already been announced here for like 5 minutes. The Washington Commanders pick is in right now too. I'm going to take a breather because the broadcast is really, really behind, and I don't want to annoy too many people. We'll take a second and we'll announce the Washington pick. But it's a really good pick. In my opinion, I think that was the best player on the board the Washington just took, for sure. I like the A.J. Brown comp. I still think he's Nico Collins. Both great comps, man. Both great comps. We got to take Fannin. Yeah, Fannon's my guy. He's still on the board. Who are the biggest tight end needy teams? I mean, there's really not a whole lot of teams that are feeling secure at tight end, so it's kind of wide open for everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just have a hard time believing that he would make it back to us at 86. If you're gonna get him, you got to trade up for him. I don't know how likely the Chargers are to do that. I love Harold Fannin, but to be honest, I'd be very happy with Gunnar Helm too. And I think there's a chance that Gunnar Helm makes it to us. But Fannin is yeah, he's my guy. He's my guy. Need edge and tight end, and now I'm starting to really sweat defensive line because of the AFC running back situation. All of a sudden, it's getting a little sketchy out here, Bull fam. Getting a little sketchy. Let me catch up on some of these super chats. Brad.tv, if we sign Keenan Allen, where would you rank our wide receiver room? Do you even think we signed Keenan? We got a full room. Yeah, I honestly don't think that we bring Keenan in, just because it is a little crowded all of a sudden. You're talking Ladd McConkey. Now, in my opinion, Trey Harris, Mike Williams, Quentin Johnston, Darius Davis. There's your top 5. You could squeeze in a Keenan Allen, but we've also got other guys. Am I missing somebody? I feel like I'm missing somebody. That top 5 is already really good. And then you got guys like Brendan Rice, that could be competing for the last. I mean, if you're cool with that, competition, then sure. But I think we're looking pretty good all of a sudden. So the Broncos selected RJ Harvey. We're waiting for the Washington pick to be announced. The Bears are on the clock. Rager, that's right, Rager. Which is, So that's a full room all of a sudden. Yeah, Rager. That's the guy I was missing. It is Jalen Rager. Which is fine, But I just think it's a little crowded at this point, unfortunately. But Trey Harris is going to be such an awesome addition, dudes. Don't even worry. We're feeling real good all of a sudden about it. What's my prediction? Are the Chargers making a trade by the end of the day? Yes. Not today. No, actually, my prediction is for tomorrow. I think the Chargers do make a trade in the 4th or 5th round using some of those 6th-round picks, because you can navigate pretty well with 6th-round picks in that range. You can move a number of picks with just one. I would like them to trade today. I want to get Harold Fannin really bad. Even Gunnar Helm might be a good trade-up candidate for us too, but I don't know. So the Washington Commanders pick is in. With the 61st pick, the Washington Commanders select Trey Amos, cornerback, Mississippi. And the Bears are now on the clock. The Bears now on the clock. Trey Amos is a great pick for Washington there. That's such a value. At 61, dude. He was a top of the 2nd round player. Mike Williams is Rice's mentor. Rice, I mean, honestly, guys, I saw a lot of him in training camp last year. He was pretty good. It's just a little crowded all of a sudden. You know what I mean? He may end up being what they liked in... oh, God, what was the other wide receiver we had last year? He was a really good possession guy, big, tall. Had some speed behind him. He came from the Cowboys. I'm gonna be whiffing a lot of these names over the next 2 days, guys. He made a ton of plays for us when Mike Williams went down a few years ago. Anyway, he might be that to the Chargers later. No, not Chark. Chark was more or less gone for the whole season last year. Yeah, Fehoko. It was Fehoko. That's right, Fehoko. That's the guy. I think that Brendan Rice could turn into that kind of asset for them at some point. The Bears selection is in. Bears selection is in. I'll wait a few seconds here before making the announcement. And we're just a few picks away from getting into the third round, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few picks away from the third round. Faoka and Chark not coming back. No. They're definitely not. But Rice will definitely stick around at least as a practice squad guy. I do like his upside still. You guys are savages. Back in the day, I saw Star Wars on a 60-foot screen. I was blown away. Dude, I'm so excited. This Sunday, I'm taking my son to go see Revenge of the Sith for the first time at that new that re-release. He's going to see it for the first time there. And then I'm seeing it again with my buddies at D-Box. Huge Star Wars fan. He's actually not seen, my son, as big of a Star Wars fan as I am, he's not seen any of them other than Episode 1, which was re-released in theaters a few years ago, in which he liked it. But we're going to watch the first two again, and then he's going to go watch Revenge of the Sith. And if he's still really interested, then we're going to go watch the original trilogy. That's crazy, though, dudes. I'm just now realizing Shedeur Sanders still on the board. Third round. Yeah, Trey Harris is such a dog, dude. Actually, I'm going to go check out while we're waiting for the Bears pick to be announced. The Chiefs now on the clock. I'm actually going to go run over to the Twitter page for the Chargers and see what's up. Yeah, he's not like a stupid fast burner, but like he's got some nice speed behind him to get behind the defense, and then once he's got some space, he's good at bodying out defenders, man. And he was definitely their number one. Yeah, he's a dog. That's insane. That's insane. Trey Harris, dude. We're going to be very happy with his production on the sideline, I bet you. Man, dude, and we're getting so disgusting and violent and gross and physical on offense, even with our skill position. Like, Omarion Hampton is ridiculous, and Trey Harris is ridiculous, and who knows what we're going to pick up at tight end, who I'm assuming is going to be ridiculous. Oh, dude, I'm so excited. Yeah, he is like A.J. Brown. He is like A.J. Brown. I'm actually going to go look up a little bit. Like, I remember watching a lot of him, too, and I always viewed him as a nice perimeter possession receiver, and it's definitely going to pan out that way for us, man. I'm excited. Good for Chargers fans, man. That's exactly what we were hoping to see was wide receiver, and we definitely did not disappoint. And I got some clips I got to show you guys, too, after the stream, about where we had Trey Harris as well. I think I definitely had him lower than Jaden Higgins, of course, and some of the other guys that went a little bit early, but he was definitely up there with the best of them. I think I had him above Amenor at one point. Coming into today, I think I had Amenor above him. But it all depends on what you're looking for from the perimeter. The kind of upside. That's the biggest thing that gets me excited, too, is that, like, who am I? Some schmuck? You know, like, I don't know the evaluation process as good as we almost said Chef Ortiz. That's Joe Ortiz. Like, if he sees a grade at the top of this wide receiver options and it's Trey Harris, I'm stoked because that means that the hype is real and that the comparisons are real and all of the everything is real, and it's time to start getting super excited about what he's going to become for the Chargers. AJ's fast and a lot stronger. That's true. That's true, but you can use them in a lot of the same ways. How mad are you if Caleb Johnson goes to Kansas City? I would be upset. But they got to get somebody in this point. There's still a whole lot of good running backs on the board. Ooh, they didn't get Johnson, but they got another player I really like. That's a bummer. That is a bummer. Martinez is still there too, yeah. But they don't fit their system. Maybe Caleb Johnson would be fine, but I think Dylan Sampson's the one I don't want going to Kansas City. But they ended up getting another player that I liked a lot, which is unfortunate. That's unfortunate. So Shamar Turner just announced to the Chicago Bears. The Kansas City Chiefs with the 63rd pick in the draft just selected Omar Norman Lotz. Offensive lineman. Tennessee. Really good pass rushing defensive tackle from the interior. Pretty good value here in the second round. I like that pick a lot, man. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. But it's a good pick, and they're going trenches too. Everyone's learning from the Chargers. They got Simmons in the first, Norman Lott in the second. They got to build out again, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Norman Lott to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Eagles now on the clock. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good pick. It's a good pick. We'll have to wait and see what's happening at tight end, though, man. I'm so anxious. There's so many picks in front of the Chargers. I really, really want Harold Fannin and Gunnar Helm. Gunnar Helm it's 1A, 1B for me. Gunnar Helm and Harold Fannin. I gravitated so early to Gunnar Helm, too. Like, he was one of the original guys where when I was doing mocks and I was starting to compare guys to who would be good in the Chargers system, he reminded me, and I know it's not a great comparison, but the way that it would be utilized in our system, our team, he reminded me a lot of Hunter Henry, where it was like he's a solid all-around player, solid blocker, solid hands, solid route running, solid, after the catch ability. Not the fastest guy in the world. I mean, Hunter Henry definitely faster. Not elite, but really good all around. You know what I mean? Like, really, I would say well above average all around. That's where I really felt like gravitated towards Gunnar Helm, where I was like, dude, this guy, he's everything and more that you're asking for the tight end position in a Jim Harbaugh offense. I like both of them, but Harold Fannin, dude, he's on another level for me. Like, this guy, I'm not. I'll just say it. Like, he feels like when I was watching his highlights and some of his games and stuff like that, just some of the moves he was making reminded me of later career Antonio Gates. Isn't that crazy? Is that fair to say? He's nowhere near elite Antonio Gates. Absolutely not. But later career Antonio Gates, I was hard not to see that when I was watching, and instantly I gravitated where I was like, yeah, man, dude, that he just makes it happen. Like, there's no rhyme or reason to why it's working, but it's happening, and it's producing yards and points, and I'm about it. I want to see this guy on the Chargers. But then, again, I'm comparing these tight ends to Chargers tight ends, right? That's my best perspective. And both of those comps are at least from my, and those are versions of them. Definitely not the same player, but just like versions of them. Both of them would work great for the Chargers. Fannin is so good. Yeah, they're awesome. They are awesome. Sanders really falling out of the first is absurd. Oh, Eagles selection is in. That's interesting. Over Kevin Winston Jr. At 64, the Philadelphia Eagles select Andrew Makuba. I remember when I was watching this guy too. This is Pegasus's fault. Makuba. Don't listen to Kaiba Mokuba. He doesn't believe in the heart of the cards. And we made it. I was going downhill so quick, dude. It's Fannin. Yeah. What's the count? What's the count for this weekend so far? We are closing in on 7 hours. 7 hours so far. Closing on 7 hours. Woo! So happy. I'm not sponsored, so I'm just going to say it. I'm so happy I got this guy. You guys know what these are? I found... Okay, before y'all freak out, I'm not loaded. I got it on Facebook Marketplace, secondhand, alright? But man, it saved my butt, literally. It has saved my butt, literally. I summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon! It has saved my butt, literally. Forgot about him, yeah. Feel sorry for Sanders. He had literally everything handed to him. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's a tough pill to swallow. Tough pill to swallow. For Shedeur Sanders, man. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. 6th round in this poor class is useless. No. There's some good players in terms of depth, especially down the line on defense, I would say. Great running backs. Defensive line's got some nice upside. Corners got some really good players late. We're getting to that range where I'm kind of thinking we need to go edge, too, because I'm not happy about the edge guys a little later. Maybe past 5. You can fill out a roster. You can get some nice depth, some nice background pieces this year. It's definitely not as strong as last year. I'm going to give you that, though. It's this year has been a little different. But that's 4 picks is still 4 picks, and I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. Crazy how Chargers can steal in the second 2 years in a row. Yeah, Trey Harris, dude. I think it's a good spot for him, too. Like, I don't know what the Chargers board looks like, so maybe they're saying, like, oh, man, he was ranked 38. We're going crazy. Let's go get him. But I think that was a good spot for him, and I think that the Chargers are a great situation for him, and it's a great feeling of need, and he's going to pan out really, really good for him. Okuba! Darius... Oh, wait, excuse me. I didn't realize what I was reading for a second there. Dang it! That was one of the guys I was hoping. I mean, there's so little shot that it was going to fall to us anyway that far. I was like, okay, maybe there's a shot. At pick 65, we're first pick in the 3rd round. Hang on, I earned this. In round 3, at pick 65, the New York Giants select Darius Alexander, defensive tackle, Toledo. Unfortunately, I loved him. I was really hoping that we need run defenders. We need run defenders all of a sudden. Darius Alexander would have been really good there. Again, we'll have to wait to see what the board falls and looks like once it gets to us, but that's a good pick for New York. I like him a lot. Yeah, he's good. I actually liked him more than Norman Lott in some ways. If you want that beef, he's good. I liked him. The Chiefs are back on the clock now. The Chiefs are back on the clock. 3rd round. Or do they have 2 3rd-round picks? Yeah? Or just the 1? No, they just have the 1. No, they do have 2. Never mind. I'm crazy. They have 2 3rd-rounders. The Raiders have a whole lot, too. What was theirs again? The Raiders, we're going to be seeing them a lot in the next 2 rounds, dudes. The Raiders have 3 3rd-round picks. I hate that for us. That's a bull. Timothy with the $5 holla. What edge is still available? Please tell me Kyle is still there. Let's see. Edge. Landon Jackson is still there. Kyle who? Well, I'll tell you guys. I'll just start listing off edge players that I like a lot. Landon Jackson looks really good. Braden Swinson. That'd be a really good pick in the 3rd. Jared Ivey is great. Josiah Stewart. Oh, Kyle Kennard. Kyle Kennard. That is what... literally, Rick H-Town. Literally, that's the name that flashed in my brain, too. Kyle Williams. I was like, Kyle Williams. I need to wake up a little bit. Yes, Kyle Kennard. I know, you're not the first person to bring him up today, actually. I remember a comp of B.J. Ojolari, decent run defender. Produced 10 sacks at South Carolina last year. Yeah, not bad. Elijah Roberts, Jack Sawyer. I love Sevion Jones. I'll tell you what, guys. Y'all gonna think you're just some old crazy guy watching them BYU game. I'm telling you right now, I got a good sample size of Tyler Batty out of BYU. They had a really good defense last year, and of all players to take from BYU this year, it's Tyler Batty. I think he would fit very well with the Chargers. He's very big, very physical, really good motor, nice size to him. Not as refined, but you can mix him in, and I think he has as good a shot as anybody to develop. So there's another guy I like. But again, some of my favorites a little later down the line here, Sevion Jones. Josiah Stewart could end up being really good for this team. But right now, my personal favorite that I like, Brennan Swinson, is a guy that I've mocked a couple of times, and Jared Ivey as well. Some really, really big guys. So Braden Swinson definitely not as big. He's outside. But Jared Ivey's huge, 6'6", 285. You know, there's some nice picks here. Landon Jackson also really good too, 6'7", 280. Definitely a big dude, man. He's a really good run defending edge. So I mean, edge could be the move this round, man. You never know. Edge could be the move. Siobhan Revel is still there. Ding, please. So now they're just getting around to the third round. Darius Alexander off the board. Kansas City now on the clock. Thoughts on Trey Harris? You're going to love him, dude. Trey Harris is going to be such a beast for this team, man. He is the answer to our prayers when it comes to wide receiver 2, playing the perimeter with physicality, blocking, bullying, red zone threat, everything that we were missing pretty much from a wide receiver perspective. And I think, honestly, the way the board fell, you had two options. This is what blows my mind about Joe Ortiz, because he does this every year, and yet we panic. The options were either Omarion Hampton and Trey Harris, or Matthew Golden and like Cam Scatterbo or RJ Harvey, which, I mean, honestly, that sounds pretty good too. But both, I mean, Omarion Hampton is on another stratosphere, dude. He is like, you guys have seen enough of me like skipping around social media, like, we did it, we got my favorite player. Like, he is my favorite player for a reason. Like, that guy is going to help define the position in the NFL in the next few years. And Trey Harris is exactly what we needed on the perimeter, because as much as I love Matthew Golden, you know, he was also a slot guy, and he can work the perimeter pretty well too, but Trey Harris is a perimeter guy. He is physical. He is huge. He is a possession receiver. Like, he is everything that you were hoping for. And to get that and Omarion Hampton is awesome. And it reminds me of what everyone was wanting in Malik Neighbors last season. I don't know why that scared me so bad. It's the Kansas City Chiefs are going to select Ashton Gillotte. Oh. Ashton Gillotte, edge. He's a good player. He's a good player for them too. He's definitely a guy that can develop. Maybe he lacked a little bit of production, but he'll be good. Nice beefy edge defender. Watching some clips of him real quick. We're getting in that territory where director needs a refresher, both mentally and figuratively and literally. Yeah. Trey Harris core route so good. Yeah, he's so good versus zone. He's going to be awesome, man. I'm so excited to see him get to work, dude. And his stats are crazy with only 8 games. He's going to be a monster, man. You guys are going to be very, very happy. Very, very happy with Trey Harris. And the fact that he was selected, he was the third receiver selected in the second round behind Luther Burden, who should have been a first rounder, so we'll wipe him away. Then it was Jaden Higgins, which everybody wanted Jaden Higgins. But after that, it was Trey Harris. Like, dude, he was the number one on their board. And he was definitely, like, we all knew there was some upside. You know, you can mix and match him and Jack Besh and Maynor and all these guys. But he was one of those guys that I've heard several analysts going, gaga over. And you want to give me a version of A.J. Brown and hear me complain? I think I'm good. You got it, man. He's just all around, man. His grades are ridiculous at Ole Miss. 89.4 receiving grade. I'll bring you guys along for the ride here. 89.4 receiving grade. 5.12 yards per route run. Drop rate of 7.7. That's definitely that's decent. That's much better than Quentin Johnston. 61.5 contested catch rate. Anything above 60 is ridiculous. This is also why I like Thornton so much. He's got a grade of a 75. And then grade versus man. This is probably the one thing that I'm just like, holy crap on a cracker. How? He's a bully. He's going to be awesome, man. I feel, and look at this. Yards after catch, 7.7. Let's see. Anything else kind of stand out here? Deep yards, 400 is pretty great. Yeah, he's awesome, man. 5 drops on 76 targets. Could be a little better, but he's certainly very, very reliable. I'm super happy with that, man. At 9.02 RAS score too. He's going to be just fine for this offense, dude. I'm super stoked on it. Super stoked on it. Trevor Walker coming in. Yeah, you're hearing the same things as I. He says, how do you feel about Trey Harris? I've heard DK. I've heard AJ Brown. With my girl, a Chiefs fan, so shout her out too. We get in Texas Roadhouse. Hey, send me a bite. I'm getting hungry, and I still got like another 2 hours on here. Send me a sip, a bite, give me a drink, something. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. $5 holla. I'm gonna drink to that real quick. And funny enough, I don't remember who made the comparison, but Trey Harris, the moment that we selected him, the first comparison I remember hearing a lot was DK Metcalf, for what it's worth. And then later we started seeing a lot of Alec Pierce and A.J. Brown and stuff too. But Trey Harris, I mean, if we get a DK Metcalf light on this team, like, I don't know. We saw how much the Chargers were hoping to get him in terms of trade. We got graded. Oh, you guys want to hear this? Why haven't I been doing this the whole time? The grade on PFF. Here we go. Pick grade, above average. Harris caught 7 touchdown passes from first-round quarterback Jackson Dart and topped 900 receiving yards in 3 straight seasons. His 95 receiving grade against man coverage is the best in the class. He also is one of the top vertical threats. His size and length give the Chargers a strong red zone target as they look to complement Ladd McConkey out of the slot. They're going to give it a grade of an above average, whatever that means for you guys. So, I mean, yeah, this is on their platform, the 10th rated wide receiver out of 49, which is fantastic. He's the 66th best player on their board, which is also fantastic. And again, it kind of depends on who you ask. The Chargers, I guarantee you, will have had him higher on their board, and they selected the best player on their board. Very much so happy with that. The Browns just took Harold Fannin, even though they have... No way! I'm a genius! Sorry. They just, on the broadcast, they just said Harold Fannin Jr., his pro comp is Antonio Gates light. Anyway. He's gone. He's to the Cleveland... Even though they already have David Njoku, are they going to trade him? What a bummer. That was my guy right there, man. I can't believe they put that on the broadcast, too. I was like, I don't want to be, like, overstepping with the Chargers community, but he looks a little like Antonio Gates to me. That's insane. Maybe we do go try and trade for, because we almost did earlier. I don't know if you guys heard, but in the first round, the Chargers almost traded for David Njoku. He almost did it. Leo Ramos with the 5. He said split backfield is going to look crazy with Hampton and Harris. Good luck stopping the Great Wall of L.A. I like that, actually, the Great Wall of L.A. and these 2 backs. I like that a lot, man. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. They're going to be so annoying to play, which is exactly like how I want to play football. Is it bad I still want to sign J.K. Dobbins? That's fine. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but it wouldn't be a bad move. Harold Fannin off the board, dude. That hurts me. But I feel so vindicated that they compared him to Antonio Gates light. And what I said is, he doesn't sound like... I'm going to replay myself for a second here. He doesn't look like prime Antonio Gates, but he does look like late career Antonio Gates, which is still a great playmaker on the Chargers offense. That was me earlier. Yeah. We gotta get Gunnar Helm now, dude. I'm so butthurt. Why would you take Harold Fannin when you already have David Njoku? And you just extended him. Come on. Okay, so just to kind of go over it one more time. Harold Fannin was my guy, which I'm pissed about. By the way, the Raiders just selected Darian Porter, which is another really good player. Really fast perimeter guy, super tall too, like 6'4". He needs more concentration refinement, but he's a good pick for them. In terms of tight end, there's still some players I like. I'm not as familiar with the ones way later down the board that maybe the Chargers are kind of looking at. But Gunnar Helm is my favorite player right now available. Like of the ones that I've looked in terms of like range, like it's Gunnar Helm. He's very well-rounded. Good blocker, really good hands, excellent after the catch, just not especially fast. The other tight ends I like, Yorsek is interesting. I haven't looked into him as much as I should have. Mitchell Evans is also a really good fit. He's overall really good, not super special in any area, but very consistent. Is it Fidone? I've heard some good things about. Jackson Hawes is a really good blocker. Prescorn, the tight end out of Mississippi, he's also another guy I've heard a little bit about. Lackey, is it Lackey? I've heard a little bit about too, but I'm not as familiar with a number of these guys after that, so we'll have to wait and see. But okay, let's get back into the draft. The Raiders took Darian Porter. Here comes the New England Patriots, whose pick is in at pick 69. New England's going to select Kyle Williams, wide receiver, Washington State. Sneakily, I'm really liking the Patriots draft this year so far. Will Campbell, Trevion Henderson, Kyle Williams. Yeah, they're looking pretty good. That's a good pick for them, too. And the Jacksonville Jaguars are back on the clock, and their pick is also in. I'll wait on that one for just a second. Kyle Williams is a great pick for them, man. He's one of the best separators in this draft class. If I would say the only one better than him is Trey Harris versus man coverage, which is awesome that we got him. But the Jags ended up taking a really interesting player too, considering who they took in the first round. Interesting. But Kyle Williams, baby. Kyle Williams to the New England Patriots. Where is Shedeur Sanders going is the question. Ramsey might come to the Chargers to play with DJ. Maybe. I've heard that rumor for like 5 years. So Kyle Williams just got announced. We'll go ahead and give you guys a heads up on the Jags pick. Is it the Jags pick? Because it says here that it's the Lions, but then on the graphic it says that it's the Jags. Everybody's posts about the pick overall 69 is nice. Who's got the pick? Is it the Lions or the Jags? It's the Lions? Well, I'm going to wait. Yeah, they didn't update their graphic over here. So it's the Lions. Interesting. Okay, so that makes it less controversial then. I'll wait for the official pick here. You think teams are afraid of the Sanders name? Maybe. He might feel a little entitled. You know? So if Cleveland took Fannin, does this mean Njoku might be available at a lower cost? The thing is, they already tried to move him once. Yes, I'm going to say that maybe he is up for grabs, and I would definitely go after him. He'd be great in this. We've talked about this so many times, too. I'd be so about it. Let's see. OTC, David Njoku. It's still on my recent searches. Because I feel like he was just extended, too. So he's got 2 years left on his deal. 1 year, actually. They put a bunch of void money past me. So he's got 1 year. $11 million. It's kind of high. They got 24 in void, which is kind of scary. I don't know how that's going to work out if they decide to trade him. Let's see. If they trade him... they would eat all the dead money in 2025, and the Chargers would have to pay 10 mil. Okay, so that's actually not too bad. Yeah, I'd be in. I'm in on David Njoku. But right now, I want Gunnar Helm. Like, that's the last my guy for tight ends. Everyone else I'm cool with. The last my guy. By the way, the Detroit Lions selected Isaac Tesla. And here are the trade details. They get the Isaac Tesla pick. I just missed it. Okay. I can't find it. We'll find it later. Man, I'm so butthurt about Harold Fannin, dude. Why? Why did Cleveland take... like... they must be just planning for the future here. They're like, okay, we're going to have one more year with Njoku, and then we're moving on to Harold Fannin. Man, that bums me out. Brandon Swinson is really good, too. I think that if the Chargers are moving away from tight end completely... some of the players on the board that I still love, which again, we got a ways before we pick, man. We have a number of picks before we are selecting, so I don't know who's gonna fall to us. What is that? 15 picks? 15 picks still before the Chargers selection. It's a long ways. By the way, the Saints at pick 71 select Vernon Broughton, a defensive lineman at a Texas. Bills now on the clock. I think Gunnar Helm would be there, if I'm being honest with you. It's a tad high, but I honestly would do it. It's not that far of a reach. I would say it's like at pick 86, it's probably like a 15, like a 15 player reach, which I'm fine with. But I don't know if the value is going to allow them to take that pick, unfortunately. I think that there's still some really good value on defense that they could go for that would push them in the direction of an edge or DB. That's kind of what I'm looking at right now. Edge and DB look to be pretty good values. Some of you guys really like Jared Wilson as well. I wouldn't push that out of the way at all. I think that would be a great pick. Edge, DB. Defensive line's going to be interesting throughout the remainder of the draft, too. Let's see. Where would I take? Yeah, CJ West would be an awesome pick for us. Jordan Phillips would be good. Little high, but not too far of a reach either. Jamari Caldwell would be a decent spot for him, too. But the fourth rounders is where I get kind of excited. You can go after a Ty Robinson, a JJ Pegues, Cam Jackson, Joshua Farmer, Aeneas Peebles. I know a lot of these guys in the later rounds. Deion Walker, Riley Mills, Junior Tufuna, Desmond Watson, the 450-pounder guy. Like, there's a lot of really good defensive linemen late. And I'm trying to decide what the gap is here. There's a good gap, I would say, with, like, West and Phillips. I'll throw Caldwell in there, too. But after that, I think I'm looking towards more fourth and fifth rounders. Ty Robinson, Pegues, Jared Harrison, Hunt, I like a lot, too. Tonkin Hemingway. Deion Walker be a really good fit here, too. So I'm almost thinking defensive line can wait. I think I'm looking edge and corner or deep edge and corner. Kind of feel like what would be a reasonable expectation of the Chargers at 86 at this point. Some good super chats coming in. Let's see. Trent Super with a 2 says Andrews or Njoku trade right now. I think I still take Andrews. I think they're like the same age. I think Andrews and Njoku are 29. Njoku's going to give you more vertical stuff, but Mark Andrews just fits the system so well. He's literally plug and play perfect. No worries about moving stuff around. He'd be insane. So yeah, I'd still go Mark Andrews. But I mean, it feels like the Browns are really trying to move Njoku. So maybe he's cheaper. If whoever's cheaper is also a good answer. So Vernon Broughton just announced the Bills still on the clock. Alvaro de Anda with the 5 says, "Yo, director, what do you think? We get a center or edge next? Tight end kind of stacked in our depth chart with Disley and Conklin." Yes, I was really hoping that we would get a guy of the future, which we still can in Gunnar Helm. I'm hoping and crossing my fingers for Gunnar Helm if it's at all possible. But you're right. I think edge is starting to kind of feel like the pick coming up here. It kind of feels like the pick. Ladarius Green is still a free agent. You guys are funny. Bobby Sullivan with a 2. Arande Gadsden, tight end in the 6. I've heard his name recently, actually, too. What is he, Tennessee? Let's see, hang on. I've not looked into him, unfortunately. No, Syracuse, that's right, the other orange team. Syracuse. 6'5", 236. Yeah, he's a receiving tight end. Yeah, I mean, the Chargers could definitely take a flyer on someone after. If we whiff on Gunnar Helm, I guess we can take a flyer. But man, my heart was set on Gunnar Helm or on Harold Phantom, man. That one hurts me personally. I'll never forgive you, Browns. Rick H-Town, think we go D-line round 3 and trade for Goddard? We could. I think a trade for a tight end's not a bad idea at this point. With the 72nd pick, the Bills select Landon Jackson. Wow, that's a good value for them there, too. Landon Jackson to Buffalo to go play with Joey Bosa. That's going to be a nice... Yeah, they would need him, too, to rotate in. They would need him, too. The Jets now on the clock, and I've actually got the pick already. Let me go back to the chat here real quick. Putts and Bolts with the $2 holla says, heard Philly would accept the 2026 for Goddard, which at this point they would have to. And yeah, I would trade for Goddard. I wouldn't be too upset about it, but I was really hoping to get our rookie in this year because it was a good tight end class. It still is. There are still guys worth taking a shot on, even if Gunnar Helm is gone. But I was really hoping for Harold Fannin, man. That was my dude. How far will Sanders fall? I don't know, dude. I don't know what Shedeur is doing, man. I got the pick for the Jets, and it's not looking good for Shedeur Sanders, man. That's another spot I would expect them to maybe take a shot on him, and he's still falling. At pick 73, the New York Jets select Ezerare Thomas, the corner out of Florida State. I liked him. I hated his speed, but I loved his physicality. He's very intelligent, good coverage guy. He's going to get burned, though. You're going to come up against Jameson Williams. You're going to come up against Tyreek Hill, and he's going to get left in the dust if they put him on him. But other than that, he's pretty good. The Broncos now on the clock. They already got their running back. Let's take a look at what the Broncos are cooking right now. Broncos have had a good draft. Jahdae Barron, man, it's going to be tough, dude. Barron and Patrick Surtain the second, that's going to be so tough this year. They got R.J. Harvey to be that featured back of the future. Him and the bruiser they already have on the roster. Yeah, they're doing pretty good this year. I hate to say it, but they are now on the clock. Draft Sanders at corner. I wonder if they would do it. He's so slow, though. Sanders is not like his pops, man. He doesn't run the same. Oh, the Broncos just reached. I like the player a lot, but there were better players. There are much better players still on the board. The Denver Broncos have selected Pat Bryant, wide receiver, Illinois. And it fits what it fits what Sean Payton likes out of a wide receiver. I'll say that for certain. But I mean, comparing him and Amenor is kind of insane. I would have gone Amenor there, but I like Pat Bryant a lot. I just maybe in the 4th round. Yeah, it's like a round higher than I expected. Maybe even more. I don't know. But Pat Bryant, I like the player a lot. Big physical dude. Funny enough, kind of like Trey Harris light in a lot of ways. Not as beefy, but a strong player. Decent versus man. Little more sure-handed, but I mean, I like Pat Bryant a lot, but man, that's kind of crazy to take him over Amenor and Jalen Royals. That's nuts to me. I don't know. Royals shouldn't be here still, dude. Royals needs to get scooped up quick. But to be fair to the Broncos, I do like Pat Bryant a lot. It just seems a little high. It seems a lot high. Shedeur at 86. This is an epic fall, man. I thought that very least he'd go in the 2nd round, and here we are running through the 3rd. Shedeur will not be a Bolt? No. No, I'm just curious to see where the buck finally stops, man. It's insane. 49ers now on the clock. Can we draft Jack Sawyer? I'd be cool with Jack Sawyer. Let's take a look at Edge. Edge is growing on me right now. Man, dude, if we get Braden Swinson, I would be super happy. What was the Princely guy? The other guy out of Ole Miss. I remember liking him a lot too. Maybe a little smaller. But he had 11 sacks. Good pass rusher. Little worse against the run. Uman Milan, is that how you say his name? I liked him okay. But I think he'll be more of a producer in terms of pure pass rushing on the outside. I think he'll be great there. But 3-4 defensive end. I love Jared Ivey. 6'6", 285. Big man. 8 sacks last season. He would be great, I think. But Braden Swinson is definitely a guy I'm keeping my eye on right now. He would be awesome. Produced 9 sacks at LSU last season. Not a bad run defender. Really good pass rusher, man. He's definitely got a lot of things that get me excited about the idea of him playing opposite Tui Tuipulotu at some point. He's got some nice speed, active hands. Win rate percentage is really high, too. So it feels like exactly what the Chargers are looking for. If Swinson falls any further, it's also a trade-up candidate. But maybe the most likely to the Chargers at this point. Kyle Kennard is definitely up there. He's a producer, South Carolina. Chat has been talking him up. I like the idea of it, too. Definitely an explosive player. The Chargers really have been leaning towards explosiveness, too. And that's what you like out of Kyle Kennard. But Josiah Stewart, his grades are off the charts. Like, he's comped to Uchenna Nwosu. Great value at this point. The biggest drawback, he's not big. He's 6'1", 245. Not the biggest edge guy, but he's a producer. And that's what you like to see, man. 9 sacks last year. Very consistent outside. And then, of course, the familiarity in Michigan. So I like edge right now. I like edge a lot. I like corner a lot, too. But edge, there's certainly some value to be found here. Stewart would be good. Yeah, I'd be all over Stewart. I think that's a great depth piece. Jordan Patilla is tight ends. I couldn't tell you. I'm trying to think. Is he the one that we brought in from the international program? I think I remember reading about him. Was he a rugby player? Am I thinking of the right guy? I mean, that could be interesting. Yeah. Yeah, the rugby guy. Yeah. I haven't looked into him thoroughly. I'll be honest with you there. But, I mean, I'll tell you what. You get a good rugby player on a football team, on an NFL football team, the violence will definitely translate. I'll tell you that right now. The violence will be there. I'm kind of about it. Fabian with the 5. What's up, Fabian? Bolt Up Director, what about Jordan Birch? Jordan Birch. Interesting. Hang on, here come the Broncos pick. Oh, that's right. We already did Pat Bryant. And I'm so shocked that he went that high. Jordan Birch. Oregon. 6'6", 300 pounds pushing. So he's a 3-4 defensive end at most for us. He projects more at a 4-3 defensive end. Great measurables, obviously. Hands like purpose, needs more pass rush. I mean, we're talking like a third round, or third, fourth round pick. Yeah, I'm about it. I like it. He's got the body type that I'm looking for. I would like to see a better run defense grade, though, man. Run stop rate at 2.9 is kind of low. At that size, I was hoping to see more run defense production. So he's on there for me, though. What was his production last year? 10 sacks out of Oregon, though, is pretty nice. So he can get to the quarterback. Yeah, he's on that list for me. 49ers still on the clock. I know, you guys like your Oregon Ducks out here, man. Steve coming with the 2. How likely is a trade for Njoku or Andrews? Again, it's so hard to project a trade, but we've heard recently that Mark Andrews' future is kind of up in the air. David Njoku was almost a Charger yesterday via trade. If you guys didn't hear, that almost happened. But a trade for a tight end, if we whiff, it's reasonable. Conklin could be serviceable, but we need a guy. Get me Gunnar Helm. Nicholas Martin coming in, linebacker, Oklahoma State. I don't think I had Nick Martin that high. Okay, because I was going to say, like, I don't know this person. Nicholas Martin, OSU linebacker. PFF has him ranked at 307, a.k.a. undrafted. Selected in the 3rd round by the Niners. Maybe that's not updated or something. I don't know. Again, I didn't look up linebacker as much as I should have this year too, just because I felt like we're already pretty good at that position. But anybody know this Nick Martin guy? That seems like a freaking huge reach. Yeah, I saw Fannin to the Browns, man. That broke my heart. Busted it in 2. He's a playmaker. Why is he ranked so low on PFF? Are they dumb? Living La Vida Loca. Maybe that's why he likes to go by Nicholas. You're underestimating Conklin. He's great. He's a great stopgap tight end, but that's what I was hoping. No! Dallas Cowboys just took Siobhan Revel. I love Siobhan Revel. I would have loved him in the 3rd round. Are you kidding me? I would have taken him in the 2nd round. There's just so many picks before we're up. Oh, hurting me personally. Siobhan Revel to the Cowboys. They're going to love him. Panthers now on the clock. Yeah, anyway, I was hoping that Conklin could be the guy this year and then help pass the torch off to Fannin. Pretty much anybody next year to be tight end 1 because he's only on a 1-year deal. I really, really want the next guy to be ready to step in. You know what I mean? But if that plan falls through, you can trade and sign a Mark Andrews for 3 years, and I would be okay with it. Let him play till he's 31, 32. But I want a guy in the draft. I was really hoping to get one in this year's draft, but we got 2 really good players so far. So I can't complain. I knew at some point one of the positions would have to fall through. Running back, wide receiver, tight end, one of them was going to fall through the cracks. Tight end is surprising, but we also addressed 2 huge positions in the first 2. Has Deion Walker from Kentucky been taken yet? No, he's definitely one of my favorite. I think more in the 4th round, but I like him a lot. We need guys that can play the line now that the AFC West is loaded up at running back, especially if the Chiefs cap it off at some point in this draft too. Princely Umamiele going to the other Ole Miss edge that I couldn't pronounce earlier. He's going to the Panthers. He looked good. I know Jared Ivey a little bit more. Going to the Panthers. Arizona Cardinals on the clock now. Fabian, thank you so much for the 2, man. Denzel Burke. You can get Denzel Burke pretty late, and I like it. Was that a trade, by the way, the Carolina? They traded with the Carolina or with the Atlanta Falcons? Cool. Arizona Cardinals on the clock now. Make a trade. Who's still there? Who am I trading up for? Braden Swinson, I would consider trading up for. Don't need running back. Jalen Royals, but we really need wide receiver anymore either. CJ West, kind of, maybe. I really do think we need to run defenders like pretty desperately all of a sudden, but he's going to be rotating in with like 4 other guys. I do like CJ West a lot though too. We need run defenders pretty bad. Can we find one a little later around the same? A lot of these guys are pass rushers. Caldwell is pretty good at run defending. Ty Robinson's an interior pass rusher. Pegues is a pretty good run defender too. I love Pegues. Pegues would be so fun for this team. Cam Jackson out of Florida. He's pretty decent against the run too. That's kind of what I like about Ty Robinson and Cam Jackson. Like, they both look pretty identical in terms of like archetype, but one's really good versus the run, one's pretty good versus the pass. This is tough because I see so many good names that you can find in like the 5th and 6th round of defensive line. The gap is, you're starting to reach it where it's like it's either CJ West, maybe Jordan Phillips, and then everyone else. Like, then now you're looking in the 4th, 5th, 6th round. There's really only a few options left at defensive line that I feel like going in on in the 3rd. Edge, there's a lot of there's a few names I'd be pretty excited about. I love Swinson. I love Ivy. I think Stewart's a great fit. Kennard could be really good here too. Elijah Roberts, Jack Sawyer. Like, Jack Sawyer could end up being a nice beastly, a guy for us too. He's just more of a 4-3 defensive end, which is a little of a misplacement. I love Savion Jones maybe in the next round. So, like, if we go edge this round, I love Braden Swinson. I love Jared Ivey inside. I love Josiah Stewart outside. Kyle Kennard outside. Those guys are all very, very nice. If we wait till next round, I love Savion Jones so much. Like, he maybe didn't produce like crazy at LSU, but my goodness, his motor is absurd. And that's why I also like Tyler Batty. His motor is also absurd. And those are guys I'm certainly willing to take a shot on in round 4. But I would love to get Braden Swinson here. What else are we looking at here? Maybe interior Jared Wilson. It really feels like it's edge. And I like a lot of the edge players here. There's some nice corners, but edge defensive line kind of feels appropriate. I'm not feeling Andre James. Oh, I definitely am, but I would like to start getting a backup in there because none of these guys are going to take his job. At this point on, you're not going to draft a center that's going to usurp Andre James. Andre James is going to be great for this system, the scheme. Like, he's going to be awesome. But you're going to want some depth at center for sure. If you're looking for someone to compete for snaps on the interior, I don't think they have him rated super high. But a guy that I would take in the 3rd, and maybe the 4th, and certainly Or I should say the third and certainly the fourth, if he's still there, is Miles Frazier. Miles Frazier would be an awesome get in and around that range. It would be hilarious if we took Willie Lampkin, the guy that blocked for Omarion Hampton at some point, but he does not fit what the Chargers look for in offensive linemen. He's a great blocker, and he's a good graded player. He's just tiny. The dude is 5'11", 290. He's a great player, but I just don't think he would fit what we like to build on the line there. With the 78th pick, Jordan Burch. You were just talking about him, dude. Jordan Burch now off to the Arizona Cardinals. Helm or someone else? I would take Gunnar Helm. There you go, Fabian. Or was that Fabian? Who was asking me that earlier? Nicholas Petrelli. Sorry, I missed you. You said, do we double dip at wide receiver with Thornton? Yes, please. Yes, I would. I would. For Thornton specifically, yeah, I think I would. Who was asking me about Jordan Burch? Yeah, it was Fabian. It was Fabian. Yeah. Good for you, man. You called it. You went higher than Braden Swinson, which is crazy. You think we go Shamar Stewart? Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility. And he would be good. He would be good rotating. If we take Royals and no Keenan, I don't think there's a reason to take wide receiver. Trey Harris is going to be so good for the Chargers in the perimeter. Now we got him and Ladd McConkey. If you wanted to maybe challenge Quentin Johnston and Mike Williams, you could, but like I think we're looking not too bad all of a sudden at wide receiver. That pick and last year's pick are helping round it out pretty good. Harris is going to be a beast. Yes, he is. That is a very good football player on the perimeter for the Chargers. Here come the Texans pick. The Texans select Jalen Knoll. This is a good spot for him, man. Dude, the Texans are going nutty on the wide receivers. Hang on. They got both the Iowa State guys, right? Did Jaden Higgins also go to the Texans? Hang on. Okay, yeah, that was their first pick. They took Jaden Higgins, a tackle, and now Jalen Knoll. Is something wrong with Tank Dell? No, really. So they got, Stephon Diggs is gone too. Okay, I mean, look at that. Look at the Houston Texans. Watch out. They got a slot guy. They got a perimeter guy. They got Nico in the number one. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good for C.J. Stroud all of a sudden, man. He's got some weapons. Sting. Indianapolis Colts on the clock now. Jared Wilson built the wall. I'm about it. Andre James under contract for, is it 1 or 2 seasons? I think it's 2 seasons, right? Never going to have too much depth. Y'all want Helm? I'm going to be honest with you guys. This is a little high for Helm, but not too high. It's a reach of like 15 picks for me. But he was such a well-rounded player. The Chargers would love to see it. Jonathan Taylor making the pick here. Justin Wally, corner. Okay. I don't know anybody's boards. Justin Wally is I felt more of like a 5th. But that's cool. More cake for me. Where's Shedeur Sanders going? That's insane. Y'all like Jack Sawyer a lot too. Jack Sawyer's a 4-3 guy, but you think it would matter? I'd like it. I don't know, man. You imagine a world where Shedeur goes undrafted? We got to put him on watch, man. Got to put him on watch. What do you? Okay, so you guys want to vote. What do you want to vote on? Because our pick's coming up. We got, where are we right now? Cincinnati at 81. So we got like 5 picks. What do you guys want? What do you want from me? What can I do for you? What do you want from me? Jack Sawyer, Jared Wilson, Stewart. Hang on. Of the guys still available. Okay, I'm going to start chucking some names in a vote. You're just my love. Okay. There's so many good pass rushers. Can I just put pass rusher? And if you guys choose that, then I will list more pass rushers. Edge. Dylan Fairchild just went to the Cincinnati Bengals. Dylan Fairchild, guard, Georgia. He could be good. He could be good. Who else do I kind of like in this range? There's still some DBs I kind of like. I'm going to list positions, and then whatever you guys choose, I'll choose some good players from those positions. How about that? Does that sound fair? I think these are some good positions to go off on, and then we'll weed it down to the next like cluster of players that fit it. Does that sound good? You guys let me know what position you want to attack in the third. We'll let it run until 7:17. Yeah, a minute. Because we got our pick coming up here pretty quick. Tennessee is now on the clock. Tennessee got a really good value on this player. At 82, the Tennessee Titans select Kevin Winston Jr., safety out of Penn State. Really good value. I think he was a second rounder. But, you know, safety, running back, tight end. Positions that tend to slide. Okay, let's go ahead and end this. Okay, so you guys are pretty firm. You're going after an edge. You're going after an edge. Let's do the next vote here. Let's just hit the edge here. I'm just going to kind of go down the list. I'll put four of them in. Swinson. You guys are pounding the table for Jack Sawyer. So I'm going to put him in there. Even though I don't think he'll fit. And you guys have been pretty heavy on Kyle Kennard too, right? You want me to throw Kennard in there? Let's do it. I got 4. I got 4 for you. There's your edge rushers. Ooh! Pittsburgh. Y'all got an awesome deal on this player. In terms of my personal board, like, he was number 1. Number 1 by a long shot. Do I say it? Do I tell you guys who the Steelers took? So Kevin Winston was selected by the Titans. One of my favorite players just landed in one of my favorite spots for him. It's actually kind of crazy how much of a value and how much of a fit. At pick 83, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Caleb Johnson, one of my favorite players in this draft. They saw Najee Harris go to the Chargers, and they just picked up another one. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow, you guys really are on Jack Sawyer. You guys want Jack Sawyer? Boom. Pound the table. Jack Sawyer, come on home. That's crazy. I like Jack Sawyer, too. Do we kick him inside? What do you guys want to do with him? Yeah, Caleb Johnson in the 3rd round is ludicrous. Ludicrous. You guys voted. Did you not miss it? You missed the vote? We put tight end, interior offensive line, defensive line, all that. You guys voted for edge, and then I gave you some edges, and now you're saying Jack Sawyer is the pick. Is that fair? Swinson's better. I'm higher on Swinson, but I like Jack Sawyer. I'm just trying to figure out, you know. They're just now announcing the Titans. Jack Sawyer. Refresher on Jack Sawyer. Rob Ninkovich is the comp. High floor, all-around 4-3 defensive end with starting caliber projection. Question is whether you believe he's more there for him as a pass rusher. If you do, you can convince yourself he's a top 20 player. If not, early day 2 feels like his range. So, I mean, yeah, they're projecting him to be a lot higher than where he is right now. He produced 10 sacks. Where did he line up? Outside tackle? Okay, so he was lining up where we need him. Can he stand up? Stand up. Fundamentally sound player, first step consistency. I do remember looking into him. I'm about it, man. They haven't listed a 4-3 defensive end, but it sounds like he'll be just fine. What are his measure or his let's see, Jack Sawyer combine. Did he work out? Mr. Jack Sawyer. I do not think he participated. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. You know what I do hate? That the Browns took Harold Fannin. But yeah, Jack Sawyer, I'm about it. I'd be cool with it. I'd be cool with it. I think edge, like I said last round, like there were so many that I liked still on the board that I didn't really care who it was. I just kind of wanted to go that position. That's kind of where I'm at with edge right now. Last round, it was definitely a wide receiver. This round, I'm really feeling edge. Edge. So they just announced Caleb Johnson. Shout out. Okay, I want a 1 in the chat for anybody who understands what I'm saying. Shout out to Gut Fox. One of my buddies from the Madden days. I love Gut Fox, man. I hope he starts the next big Steelers channel. He would be so entertaining to listen to for Pittsburgh fans. His talent is wasted on the Maddens. Nah, he's great there too. Those people need him. He is the hero that city deserves. Nobody knows who Gut Fox is? That's crazy. That's okay. My ears perked up. They said Los Angeles. I think they were talking about Najee, which we should be excited about too. The Buccaneers on the clock. Yeah, Caleb Johnson to the Steelers, dude, is ridiculous. And the third is even more ridiculous. He's going to be so good for them. Honestly, I think he's going to be better than Najee was for them. He's going to be so consistently disruptive in terms of gaining extra yards. It's going to be awesome. They're just now oh wait, dude, hey, hang on. Okay, so the Tampa Bay Buccaneers just went corner. It's Jacob Parrish. Great nickel, right? Great nickel. Smaller guy, but really, really high instincts. Did they go corner earlier? I feel like they took another one I really liked. Yes, they did. They went Benjamin Morrison. What the hell, man? You win the Browns, dude. Jeez. All right, so Jacob Parrish. I mean, we didn't really need Jacob Parrish. He's just one of those guys I feel is going to be a good value wherever he's picked up. Third's fine. That's good. Best available corners if we wanted to go that direction. I'm actually higher on corners that we can get in the next round. It's same with defensive line. Defensive line and corner, I feel like we can get in the 5th or the 4th and the 5th. I really like Noel Williams. I may take a shot. Like we could take a shot on him in the late third if we trade down. Dorian Strong is certainly not bad too. Little less mass on him than I like to see. Robert Longerbeam has been declared Daniel Popper's guy, which never go wrong with that. Kobe Bryant, Dotson, those guys out of Kansas look pretty good too. I love Zy Alexander. Oh, the Chiefs just traded in. Chiefs have traded in. Who do they like to trade up for? I was just talking about Noel. I cannot swear. I have been sworn to not swearing to swear. But I would swear if I could swear because I love Noel Williams. Man, I mean, I was hoping we could get him in the next round. But he's a nice physical outside corner. I think Cal had a great defense last year, at least from the DB perspective. Him and Woodson, the safety, those are two guys I would love to draft to the Chargers. I hate that. Hate it. I literally, those words escaped my mouth and they took Noel. I do not like that. Do not like that. But we are on the clock now. So, interestingly enough, you have to imagine that the Chiefs jumped us to get Noel Williams. That maybe we were considering Noel Williams, which would have been a good pick in my opinion. I've been fine with that. I would have been like, okay, maybe a little high for what I perceived, but like, pick is in! Pick is in! You guys say, okay, so the chat has officially voted for Jack Sawyer to be the pick. I'm just hoping it's an edge. I think at this point, taking a look at the best available players, the guys that I would be super happy with, okay? Braden Swinson, kind of my number one guy here. Jared Ivey would be great. CJ West. Ooh. CJ West would be great here too. I like West. CJ West. Okay, so interior defensive line. Josiah Stewart. Certainly you want the Michigan guy. Kyle Kennard. I'm going to keep listing guys that I'm willing to go as far to. Elijah Roberts. Jared Wilson. I know you guys want him. I think that'd be a fine place to take him too for depth right now, and he can play guard if you need him to. A lot of those guys can switch around, play guard. Jack Sawyer, you guys like a lot. Jordan Phillips. We're kind of getting into the weeds now. Dorian Strong. Devion Jones, I like a lot too, but I think we can get him a little later. Tyler Batty, maybe next round too. I don't know. But I have declared. And the pick is in. So we know that something's about to happen. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this stuff off. I'm not going to get spoiled. I'm going to wait until the pick is shown in the broadcast to give my official reaction. The Chargers, round 3, pick 86. Last round, we wanted wide receiver. We got Trey Harris. This round, based on how the board looks, I'm looking for edge. Can the Chargers make this man happy? That, and there's one defensive lineman I'm cool with taking here too, in CJ West. I would take West. Other than that, edge kind of feels like the spot here. I would love it for it to be a tight end. If it ends up being Gunnar Helm, it's a reach, but a reach I'm willing to make, and it's only a reach of about like 10, 15 picks. So I would celebrate, like you guys know, that's my guy. So I would celebrate like crazy. Still wish it was Harold Fannin. Would have loved to see it. But the last big impact tight end, in my opinion, is Gunnar Helm. And if we decided to grab him here, I would be just fine with that. I would be ecstatic. What am I saying? I would be very happy with that. But it is a little high. It's a little high. But I'd be ecstatic. I see super chats down here. I promise I'll come back and I'll grab you guys here in just a second. I'm trying not to get spoiled for the pick here at pick 86. Chargers in the 3rd round. Last pick for the Chargers today. And then tomorrow is going to be such a busy day, dude. I need to like literally go to sleep right after the broadcast and get my strength back because it's going to be a long day tomorrow. We're going to be out there. Hey, Jim Harbaugh gave us one of these in the broadcast. Jim is like going, this must be Josiah Stewart, right? That's got to be Stewart. That's somebody he knows. That's somebody he knows. Everybody's stoked. Who is it? Who is it? Come on, baby. Is it an edge? Is it an? I mean, Josiah Stewart on this team in this situation is different. It's a different scenario than if you were to land anywhere else. We would know exactly how to use him. He would be a great rotational player. Is it Josiah Stewart? Melvin Gordon's back to give the pick. With the 86th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chargers select. Oh, Jamari Caldwell, Oregon defensive tackle. Okay, I'm about it. Maybe, again, I probably would have gone CJ West here, but going defensive line is not a bad idea. Jamari Caldwell is pretty good, dude. I'm not going to sugarcoat it and say this was the guy I would have taken, but he's certainly a guy I would have considered. If we traded down, maybe a little bit, got some value, but this is a really good player. I know you Oregon fans are probably going crazy right now. Caldwell is this is what we were saying just a moment ago. We need help versus the run, and Caldwell is really, really good versus the run, man. He's not going to produce a whole lot in terms of pass rush, but he's a really sound run stopper. And that's honestly what I was hoping to walk away from at some point in this draft. Big boy, too, man. 6'1", 340 pounds. He's got, honestly, some nice move to him, too, dude. Nice quickness to his game. He's going to do just fine with this team, man. Again, not where I had him ranked, but I'm very happy with the pick. I honestly, you could not do wrong by me on that pick. The first one, we didn't get the position right, but I'm very happy with it. We needed help on the defensive line. We got it. Yeah, big boy. How do you guys feel about it? It's it's a tad high for me, but I wanted that position. We needed something on defense to help versus the run. The West is loading up on running back, man. We're going to need it. Here, I'm going to put Jamari Caldwell. Here you go. Here's your poll, Bolt fam. How you feeling about the defensive tackle out of Oregon? Hey, where's Tara? I know Tara's going to be hyping this up. You got to give us something over here. Juan Gomez with a $2 holla. Let's go, Bolts from Texas. Many blessings heading your way, Director. Oh, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, dude. $20 holla, too. You're the best, dude. Thank you guys so much. Big love to the Texas fam out there. Hey, man. Like Caldwell, he's athletic for a huge guy. That's what I've heard, too. He was a guy that I was looking for, honestly, in the fourth round. I didn't think he would make it to us in the fourth, though. So to take him at the later half of the third, I think is just fine. I'm about it. I'm cool with it. I think it's going to be good. It's going to work out. We needed a guy that can be, a difference maker versus the run, and Jamari Caldwell is that. I think West is probably a little higher on my list for that sort of thing. Let's see where the BFF had him ranked to. Savion Williams, wide receiver going to Green Bay's loading up on some big speed guys, man. Savion Williams, 6'5", really fast. Or 6'4", excuse me, really fast. Him and Golden, kind of insane. Okay, let's see where Caldwell was ranked on PFF, too. The CJ West, I did have him a bit higher. But in terms of run defenders, Shamar Turner was gone too, right? Alfred Collins gone. CJ. I wonder if there's something up with CJ West. Because I thought he'd be gone by now. Honestly, like in terms of run stoppers, Caldwell was really the only other guy. And he was ranked definitely outside of our range in round 4. So I think we may have drafted for need there, but I'm cool with it because we definitely needed some help versus the run. You guys want to flash back with me to 2023 and 2022 and remember just how awful it was to try and stop the run for the Chargers? It was. And now that the whole AFC West is loaded up on running back with Ashton Jeanty and RJ Harvey, and who knows who the heck the Chiefs are going to select at some point, because you kind of have to see that coming. Somebody to back up Pacheco. We needed that. We needed that pick. I think, and you guys just got the vote in with 568 votes. You say it's all right. Like, it's a good. I'm of the same opinion. It's a good pick. It's not like a wow off the page pick. If you were going to go defensive line, I probably would have gone CJ West there, but like the only other guy available after that to defend the run was Caldwell, and he wasn't going to make it to us in the fourth. Our next pick is all the way out at 125. Caldwell is probably going to be gone it would have probably been gone at the tail end of this round or the beginning of round 4. So I'm not going to hate on it too much. And it's a good fit for the Chargers. It really is a good fit. Really is a good fit. So Savion Williams was the call there for the Packers. Really good speed weapon. Kind of reminds people of Patterson. What's his name for the Steelers in the longest time for the Falcons? What was his name? Anyway, that dual threat wide receiver. And then next up, the Jaguars from Houston just took Caleb Ransaw, cornerback, Tulane. Okay, that seems a little high for me too. Yeah. Cordero Patterson, that's what I was talking about. I think that's what they were comparing him to. Yeah. There you guys go. Chargers will be up again in round 4. Of course, we're not going anywhere in case they do decide to trade up. And we'll see what kind of talent is falling into the 4th round. But this is where the trade up territory begins for me, okay? The Chargers have 4 6th round picks. In the 4th round, you can move up quite a bit with one trade there. We're talking, you could move all the way to like the upper middle of the 4th round with one trade out of the 6. Does that make sense? So this is kind of where the trade up territory is real for me. Still a little high at the tail end of the 3rd round for a trade up, in my opinion. You could make it happen for a lot cheaper. But yeah, I don't hate it. Caldwell definitely was a good pick in terms of like, I totally get it. Would I have gone edge there? Probably. But we needed help. We needed help with defensive line. Are we good? You guys want to trade up? Gunnar Helm was right there. I know he was, but there's still a shot we can get him. Gunnar Helm. He's projected to go... Let's see. Unfortunately, he's projected to go like 10 picks before ours, but that's why I'm cool with trading up at that point. Trade up with like Carolina or New Orleans and go get Gunnar Helm in the 4th.
Knows way more
I'm way good on
that,
man.
Combined. I fear for the AFC West having to deal with us. WHO's got it better than US.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody. Hey, Alvaro, dude, I love it, man. And you know what gave me a lot of confidence in that pick? That Jim hit us with one of these. Right before the pick was selected. He's getting his big guy in the middle. Of course he's going to love that in the trenches, man. 340 pounds at 6'1" is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. $20 holla coming in from Alvaro de Anda. Trust the system. Jim Harbaugh knows way more players than any of us combined. That's for sure. He's got the perspective that very few even coaches in the NFL have right now. I fear the AFC West having to deal with us. Who's got it better than us? Oh, absolutely, man. And again, with the way that the AFC West is forming their rosters and building their rosters, it feels like we're going to need some more help on the defensive line. I still think we should go back to the well and grab an edge rusher next round, maybe, depending on who's still available. But we're going to need the help. Hopefully our new Poona Ford. I don't think Poona Ford. I'm thinking, let's see, do they have a comp for him to help me out? He feels more like, let's see, they have a comp of Chris Baker here. He's definitely going to be more of a run stuffing upside guy. He definitely isn't too bad. For a guy that's so good versus the run, he's definitely pretty manageable. Versus the pass as well as a pass rush, but he only had the 1 sack. 22 hurries, though. I actually missed that. That's actually crazy for a guy his size. What? That's got to be... Oregon fans, chime in. How often was this guy in the backfield? How often was he breaking through? 22 hurries is actually ridiculous for a guy his size. Maybe I misjudged you. Because CJ West, definitely a lot lighter than him, only had 19. That's pretty crazy. He's double teams all day. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, okay, cool. I'll grow to love it, man. I like it. I like it a lot. I think I'm going to definitely grow to love it. Just have to watch his weight. He's pushing for his height. Yeah, he is. He's definitely a really stocky like for a Lord of the Ground guy. Taylor with the 5 says Sanders going to go undrafted. Be the hardest jersey retire for an undrafted player. That's actually so sad. I'm trying not to be insensitive to that, but that is crazy. That is crazy. All right, moving on to the draft. The Jags, who had back-to-back picks, selected Wyatt Millam, tackle out of West Virginia, with their second pick. The Los Angeles Rams now on the clock. You think Rams are taking Sanders? That would be such a weird existence. I'm so shocked that the Raiders and Browns haven't taken him by now. They're playing chicken. Both of them have, quarterbacks already. You're not forced to use Sanders. Does the league really not see any upside in Shedeur? That's just so weird. I never would have guessed that he makes it out of the third round. And it looks like it might happen. Of course, this is where the compensatory picks really start kicking in, of which the Raiders have 2 at the tail end. So if Shedeur makes it down to the Raiders, I think there's a good shot he's going to be in Vegas. But again, I thought he would have been gone by now, so that's pretty crazy. Him and Jalen Milroe. You think Milroe goes before Sanders? I honestly think that it wouldn't shock me as much as him sliding all the way into the third. Major highlight strip Trevion Henderson and held onto the ball in the backfield. That's awesome. Yeah, I think honestly. Oh, wait. We got Tara coming in here. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other context from Tara's comment here. Okay, Tara, our resident super fan from Oregon, super fan of the Oregon Ducks too. Excuse me. Caldwell is really good. He is deceptively fast, and as often was double, triple teamed. He is one of the reasons Oregon's defense was able to get so many sacks. He just ate up the offensive linemen and blocks. That's good to know. Having a guy of that size to free up, Khalil Mack and Tuipulotu and also help versus the run is probably a reason why we got one of these from Jim Harbaugh. Yeah, I like it. I love the first 2 picks. I like Caldwell a lot. I just want to know if there's something up with CJ. If I know something's up with CJ West, then I'm like, okay, I get it. We had to go get the next run stopper. But I think he'll be good. In the third round, I think he could have done a lot worse. Now you guys want Gunnar Helm. We're Team Gunnar Helm over here, baby. I can't wait. If we go Gunnar Helm, I can't wait to go back to all my videos and be like, look. Here's the guy. Because that was one of the earliest players I was like, dude, I think this is a Charger. That would be awesome. Now, honestly, the only player I think I was on further back was Omari Hampton. Okay, so Josiah Stewart just came off the board to the Los Angeles Rams. Good pick for them. I would have loved him on the Chargers. I think that's the only thing that pushes me back on the Caldwell pick is that I would have preferred one of the edge rushers. But, Caldwell is such a need, too, that I totally get it. I get it. Hang on, guys. I got to go social media. Social media. Okay. Chargers fan with the dollar holla. Thank you so much, my man. Did I miss anybody? I think we're good. Thank you guys for all the support this weekend. It's crazy. Yeah, where are we at out here? Halfway down. Raven selection is in, by the way. Raven selection is in. Caldwell will keep Genty in check. It'll help. We needed that help desperately. Emory Jones Jr., LSU guard. Oh, they listed him at tackle, the Ravens did. 6'5", 315. Emory Jones. Emory Jones to the Ravens is going to be the pick. Seattle now on the clock. Handful of picks left until we wrap up the third round. Do the Chargers trade up? Let me see if there's any guys that I would be willing to trade up for. Some slides that I'm surprised to see. Amenor, Swinson, Cam Scatabo. I kind of always knew that about Scatabo, though. I was like, Scatabo is so good, but I don't think he's sneaking. Like, everyone was drafting him in the second round. I'm like, no, you're taking the upside in the third or fourth. You know, he was drafted in the fifth a lot of, in the past. And Dylan Sampson is probably the one I'm more surprised isn't drafted already. But Scatabo, he's great. He just lacks athleticism, which is a pretty big demand in the NFL. And don't get me wrong, though. Like, just imagine we double dip, we get Scatabo. The guys I would trade up for, Braden Swinson, perhaps Jared Ivey. A lot of edge rusher. At this point, I'm just kind of cool sticking and picking and waiting to see what happens. I definitely trade up for Gunnar Helm, though. But not now. I trade in the fourth round. In the fourth round, I trade up. Oh! Seattle! With the 92nd pick, the Seattle Seahawks select Jalen Milroe, quarterback, Alabama. What? Oh my goodness. What is going on to Shedeur Sanders? His uncle went up and gave the pick too, man. That's insane. That's so cool. That's so cool. Jalen Milroe got him. So they have now, that's actually a good pick for them because they have now Sam Darnold, right? That's where Sam Darnold ended up going. And now they got a guy behind him and Jalen Milroe that honestly, like, I like it. Like, you develop him, he could be what? The next Jalen Hurts. He's got a big, like, a deceptively big arm. He's obviously super fast. I don't hate it, dude. Is he more of the next Russell Wilson for them? I don't know. That's actually crazy. Yeah, I like that for Milroe. Like, there's few destinations where I was like, this could work, and I think Seattle was one of them. Yeah, I'm cool with it. That's cool for them, man. Here come the New Orleans Saints. When's Sanders gonna get picked? I don't know, dude. This is epic. I don't even know what to say about Sanders anymore. Like, something must be up. Alvaro says, can't wait for Sanders' Netflix special. Are they going to unretire his jersey? I don't know, dude. Sanders and Herbert would be a good combo. We don't need it, is the thing. Like, and Sanders is not like Justin Herbert. Because we already have the three quarterbacks. We got Herbert and Heineke and Trey Lance. We got all three of them. Sanders would be a waste. For his sake, I hope he goes somewhere where he can compete. With the 93rd pick, the New Orleans Saints select Jonas Sanker, safety out of Virginia. Safety out of Virginia. That's wild, man. I'm holding up my watch like he did after each game. Yeah. I don't know, man. Calling the Chargers select another defensive tackle in the 4th round. I mean, let's see who's going to be available in that range. We're at 126, right? Pegues would be in that range. I personally would love that. Ty Robinson would be in that range. Is Cam Jackson in that range too? Yeah, there's a lot of defensive tackles I like in the 4th round. I would definitely not mind double dipping. Definitely not mind double dipping. You know who Trey Harris reminds me of? He reminds me of Tyron Johnson. Hope we can bring some of him back. In some ways, I guess, but Trey Harris is much more physical. Trey Harris is a bully. Bully! Sanders was saying they were going to choose what team to draft him to. Yeah, I think he set himself up for a bit of hazing from the fans, which is too bad, man. You got to feel for. I mean, yeah, he's been handed everything his whole life, but like, he was also a good player. You know, he worked hard, despite his comeuppance. Like, he produced. He was one of the best players in Colorado history. Like, it's got to speak for something. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel for the guy. I feel for him. You guys are savages, man. The Cleveland Browns are on the clock now. Cleveland Browns on the clock. But I love the Milroe pick, dude. I actually really, really like that for Jalen Milroe. Like, he's gonna set himself up for a nice opportunity in a year or two after Sam Darnold's out of there. Taylor with 5. That is the thing. He wasn't one of the best, but he got his jersey retired. Yeah, of course. But, like, in terms of upside, he's been listed up there with the best of them this season. And he's slid all the way down to what now, like the 5th quarterback selected? Unreal. Jonas Sanker was the pick for the Saints. We're waiting on the Browns. And you got a few picks by the Raiders coming up. That's another Sanders destination. So if Sanders is going to go, I mean, the Browns and the Raiders seem like the most obvious destinations. Is it going to happen? I don't even know anymore, man. Sanders may be drafted as a backup at some point, if at all. You don't want Sanders' dad involved with the team. I mean, there was talk that the Cowboys were going to interview him for head coach at one point, right? Primetime? I don't know. But it can work, I guess. Jerry Rice was at Chargers practice a lot. I don't know if you guys saw that. He was there at training camp. The Cleveland Browns selection is, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The Cleveland... Kara's going to like this. A lot of you guys are going to like this for him, I guess. At pick 94, the Cleveland Browns select Dillon Gabriel, quarterback, Oregon. Oh my goodness. Wow. Holy crap. That... Oh my goodness. Alvaro says at the $5 what if GMs are calling him and he keeps saying, nah, I have a hard time believing that. That would be insane of him. Oh my goodness. This is actually, like, sad, man. Like, where's the buck gonna stop? He's not gonna start. Gabriel's such a chill dude. Good for him. Can we pick up Sanders? I don't think we need him. And that's apparently what everyone else is saying. UFL's calling. I don't know, man. I have no words. That's actually crazy. There was talk about him going 6th overall, and here we are, slide into the 4th round, and the opportunities to be selected to start are like almost gone. Like, literally, it's the Raiders, right? Everyone else took quarterback. Let's see. Maybe like the Colts could see some competition. There was some talk about that, but I don't think it's as necessary. Raiders, Giants picked up Jackson Dart. Jets, the Jets picked up a quarterback too, right? Maybe the Jets. Yeah, no, the Jets could maybe still pick him up to compete with Justin Fields. So the Raiders, the Jets, Panthers, maybe. So few opportunities. Oh man, that is wild. That is absolutely wild. The Patriots are on the clock now. The Steelers. Yeah, the Steelers. Steelers. Yeah, it could be the Steelers. The Saints already took a quarterback. Man, that is wild. That is crazy. Okay. Where was the Oregon quarterback? Okay, so yeah, he was projected like a 5th round pick. So like even Quinn Ewers, you know, like I don't know. I'm not qualified to talk on the matter, I guess. Sanders is, can hold the ball for J.K. Scott or for a fake punt. Yeah, for sure. I just don't even know, man. This is crazy. Imagine Rice and Sanders in our practice squad. That's so sad. Yeah, they're about to react to this quarterback selection. Dylan Gabriel does look like a chill dude. He's a little guy. Wow. Rick H-Town, NFL's joke center's on the board, but Mike Green drafted. Make it make sense. I don't know. Quarterback's such an important position. You think someone would take a chance, but it's crazy. Yeah, Gabriel's off the board now to the Browns, dude. Crazy. Sanders to the Falcons, maybe as a backup. It seemed like they already have a plan there. You might be right, though. It could definitely just be that nobody wants the drama. Nobody wants to deal with it. That's crazy. Who needs a quarterback at this point? The Raiders. The Steelers. End of list. Tara's all about it. Dylan Overshador! I feel like there's a humility difference, right? I don't know. That is absolutely wild. Poor kid. Good for Dylan, though, man. Good for Dylan. Good for all these quarterbacks. I never would have guessed. Again, we weren't in the quarterback conversation this year, so hell if we know what's happening around, the league. We ain't looking into all that. And then the little hope that I had, because I actually was looking at some late round guys. Howard was one that I was considering as like a late backup. As soon as we signed Trey Lance, I just literally closed the book on it. I was like, okay, we're done. There is no quarterback coming to LA from the draft this year for sure. Not happening. Unbelievable. That is wild. That's wild. The pick is in for the Patriots, by the way. Pick is in for the Patriots. There's only a handful of picks left in this round. Again, I don't know if the Chargers are going to trade up. I would imagine not. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks. 7 picks. Here comes the Patriots selection. Solid chills. Yeah, I know you guys. I know you Oregon guys are going to love him. The streak of Oregon quarterbacks drafted lives. There you go, Tara. It lives on. Patriots select. There you go. Jared Wilson off the board. Jared Wilson off the board. The The Patriots doing a really good job at building that line this year. Jared Wilson, he might even start this year for them because Andrews retired, right? So that's a good spot for him to land. And then they also picked up in the first round their tackle of the future in Will Campbell. Yeah, that's a good start. That's a good start for New England to start repairing things. They needed to get things ready for Drake May's success in the future. Lone Bolt with the 5. Humble Piper Sanders. Yep. Big heaping helping. That's crazy. Yeah, that's a good pick for the Pats. That's a good pick for the Pats. The Falcons are on the clock now. Pick 96 about to commence. The third round goes all the way up to pick 102 with compensatory. Sanders went full Bo Callahan. No one showed up to his birthday party. Yo, I'm literally going to be thinking of Sanders every time I watch that movie. I watch that movie once a year for the NFL draft. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. No one showed up to his birthday. Pro Football Talk says you should fight to go back to college ball. Can you do that? Can you declare and then just go back? Is that a thing? Director getting drafted over Shedeur. Dude, put me on... where would I fit? I'm 6 foot, 250. Where would I go? Where do I go? Put me at guard. Put me at running back. Put me at fullback. Falcons are going Xavier Watts, safety Notre Dame. Good pick for them too. Yeah, fullback. I can do a little fullback. I'm too small for tight end. I can go fullback. You want me a long snapper? I'll do it. I'll be the water boy. Tara with the 5 says someone said it's going to be real awkward when Shedeur has to go back to Colorado and wear a different number because the old one was retired. Oh my goodness. The cringe just traveled up my back. Oh my goodness. That is dreadful. That is something. That is a big-ish old snap, dude. Manti Te'o size. Yeah, I could do it. The Texans just traded up, by the way, with Minnesota. They're on the clock. Who the Texans trading up for? There's so, I mean, if they want to triple dip at wide receiver, Manor is still there. Swinson, dude, what do I know, man? Manor is still there going to the 4th round. I wanted to take him. Same thing with Jalen Royals. Jalen Royals seems like a really good value at this point, too. But what do I know? I guess Trey Harris wouldn't have lasted long if we decided to go some other direction. That's the beauty of this draft, is that you get a window into what the actual happenings is going on in the NFL. With the 97th pick, the Houston Texans select Jalen Smith, corner USC. That's actually a bit higher than I was expecting to. Where was Jalen Smith supposed to go? Corner. Smith. I remember looking him up, but where was he? Yeah, he was like a 7th round, 6th round kind of feeling guy. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. There are some guys that are projected in the 7th that I have a lot higher, like 5th or 6th, like Shamari Simmons, but Jalen Smith, 5'11", USC. Sure. Why not? They traded up for him, too, which is kind of crazy. They traded up for him. Yeah, they took Smith. Shedeur to San Antonio. Okay. All right. Easy. You take it easy. No one wants our 6th-round picks? No, you could make a case that people would trade with them. Yeah, for sure. There's teams doing it right. It just happened. Somebody traded a 6 to move up. The The Raiders now on the clock. Does Shedeur go here, man? I'm almost hoping. Like, I kind of want this to stop. Let's just do it. Come on, Raiders. Just take Shedeur. Don't be jerks. Bring the guy. Do Vegas. Get your guys. Yeah. Cool. Raiders have so many. Yeah, they had 3 third-rounders. They have a whole lot more coming, too, man. They got a loaded draft this year. Let me see real quick. They got... the Raiders got 2 4th-rounders, 3 6th-rounders, and a 7th-rounder after this. That's pretty crazy. They got a lot of picks. They got a lot of picks. Let's see what the Raiders. I mean, can we please get Shedeur off the board, please? He will not go to Vegas. He should go anywhere that anyone sniffs a wanting for him. Is it safe to assume you'll be live for tomorrow's rounds? No, I'm sorry. I have better things to do. No, of course I'll be here. Of course I will be here. I will definitely be here. Every single pick, every single year. I am absolutely going to be live for the Chargers draft. This is like the last huge thing in the offseason before it's like super quiet until the July game, now that the Chargers are playing on the 31st of July. You thought I was being for real? Yeah, no, man. I'll definitely be here. I think it's possibly Jeff Herbert's brother. I would bring him in undrafted or even in the 7th. Sure. Yeah, Tara's told me that he's got some nice upside as a blocker. I'll do it. I'll do it. I like it. Oh, Barry. Barry, have mercy. Have mercy, my man. That's insane. That's wild. That's not very Christian of you. Oh, dude. Okay, the Raiders' first pick is in. They're going to go with tackle Caleb Rogers out of Texas Tech. I didn't research tackle that much because, we're good. Where was this guy? I don't remember him, though. I'm going to be honest with you. Where Caleb Rogers projected 6th round, 7th round. Well, it wouldn't be a Raiders draft without an epic tackle reach. Now that we got that out of the way, go take Shedeur, please. End the madness. End the madness. To protect Sanders. You guys, I'm sorry. If you protect your brother, you're going to play at a different speed. True that, man. True that. If I had an opportunity to play with my brother, it would have been a different story. Of course, I'm competitive. I would have tried to outdo him and everything. But I think he ended up playing tackle. He's bigger than me. If I remember right, he was playing tackle on both sides. I played tight end linebacker. Some tackle. He said, "Bring it on, son!" There he is. George, or I should say, we almost got away with that one. Korlak. What position did you play in high school? You were in the trenches, if I remember. Here comes the Raiders' first pick. Are we going to see Sanders in the second pick? That guy's got to stay up there on the podium. Dino's getting older. Yeah, they signed him for like 20 years. I don't know. I don't understand. Can I move the draft bar? Yeah, sorry. They're making their final pick here. I'm going to put you up there. There you go. Okay, Caleb Rogers finally announced. Caleb Rogers. I think they're listing him at guard. That makes a little bit more sense, but still, holy crap. Reachy. Nice and peachy. What position you expect us to get next? Again, it kind of depends on who's available. Just kind of reading the board and seeing where we're going to be picking from. It still feels like maybe interior defensive line could be a back-to-back pick. I like edge a lot still, too. Dude, give me Tyler Batty out of BYU. I watched him 4 times this year in person, and he'd be great. I think he would definitely rotate in beautifully on the line for us. He's a nice, big, high motor guy. You guys would love him. Some good DBs in that range too. But yeah, no, I'm all about that defense right now. I think unless we get lucky and get Gunnar Helm, which was my ultimate number 1 guy I want Gunnar Helm. Period. That's number 1 player I want in the 4th round. If that doesn't happen, then I'm going defense. I'm going edge. I'm going defensive line again if I can get it. And then there's some DBs that I'm pretty high on around here too. Oh! With the 99th pick, the Raiders select Charles Grant.
AFC West team, rolling
another tackle, back-to-back offensive lineman. William and Mary? So this is actually a little bit more appropriate to where they're drafting. But I thought he was a guard. He's a tiny tackle. That's fine. Okay, good. So they made one super big reach, and actually this pick's not too bad. Charles Grant, William and Mary. He's going to be another back-to-back offensive lineman for the Raiders. But no Shedeur. No Shedeur Sanders. Only 2 more picks before we wrap up the 4th round. Alvaro with the $10 holla. Raiders taking forever just to be swept by every AFC West team. True that, man. It's got to be a tough world for Raiders fans right now. You're telling me the Broncos and the Chargers are starting to come up while we're still looking for a quarterback? Yeah, I'm sorry. Give me a long time. It's like a long time. I still feel like we need tight end help in the system. Is it just me? I'll be honest with you guys. Like Tyler Conklin, he'll be fine. But like honestly, it's way better than all we had last year. I wanted to believe that Hayden Hurst would be the guy. It did not work out. Ended up being Will Dissly who had to carry the load there. Conklin's a way different story. He would be very serviceable, very decent floor. But I still want the guy of the future. I want, Conklin to come put in the work this year and help transition the young guy in for next season. I want it to be Gunnar Helm. You can convince me of Mitchell Evans, Notre Dame. You can definitely convince me. Yursek, I haven't really done too much looking into, the tight end out of Georgia. Maybe. You guys really do like the Ole Miss guy. There were some guys that really liked Alabama, Iowa. But Gunnar Helm is like the last true, like, he could be everything you're looking for at tight. As a matter of fact, Yursek is another guy that people have told me to look into. I'm terrible. I'm a terrible person. I did not do it. But they do say that he would be a good fit. What did he stat at last season? He's 185 yards, no touchdowns, 200 yards a year before, 1 touchdown. Like, he didn't really put up a lot of production, but people say that he's got the nice, build or whatever and athleticism to him that would be nice. Gunnar Helm to me is like the last dude where you're like, hey, dude, look, watch out. He's got the 6'5", 250, not super fast, but he put up 700 yards and 7 touchdowns last year with a contested catch rate of 50. Not the best run blocker, but holy crap, does he have the size to develop? Some of the surest hands are going to find you at a 3.2 drop rate. Give me Gunnar Helm. Give me Gunnar Helm tomorrow. Make me feel alive, Chargers. Please. Please. Caldwell, though. It's growing on me. I've been thinking about it since this election. It's definitely growing on me. Because CJ West is still on the board, which tells me there is something up going on behind the scenes. And West, it's not like he was a crazy, like, super big gap between him and Caldwell either. Like, there's a gap. Like, he's better, in my opinion. He's better than Caldwell, but it's not like a super big gap. And if he's fallen this far, then, of course, there was a reason the Chargers took Caldwell over him, and I'm fine with that. And the same thing, that's again another thing where I'm like, okay, I'm big dumb, and it's fine because I'm not the guy who goes in every day and watches film. I'm not the guy, connected inside the NFL and all these clubs and you got people and all, I'm not that guy. I'm a fan doing fan things on the fan internet, hoping for fan hopes and dreams to fall into my fan lap, right? if it were me in charge of the pick, with all the way the board fell, in the second round, I probably would have gone Amano or Royals, to be honest with you guys. And here we are, almost in the fourth round. Both of those guys are still on the board. I promise you, Trey Harris would not be here. It's because, guess what? The Chargers know what they're doing better than the director. Shocker. And that's why I'm kind of cool with it. I'm like, honestly, he was probably graded so much higher than these guys, and now there's proof of it. They're still here. Harris is not. And I like that a lot. And it doesn't mean that they're for sure like worse or better, or that, it couldn't work out for these players. I still think Jalen Royals could be amazing. I still view him as a big value here. Amano I still view as a big value here. But I also have to recognize that the team had a much higher grade on Harris, and that's why he's a Charger and these guys are not. And that's what it just boosts my confidence in the Harris pick that much more. Love it. Upton Stout, corner, going to the Niners. We got what? 2 more players? Stout going to the Niners. Stout. Where was Stout? This is where, like, we're in the Wild West now, man. I don't remember Stout. You guys remember Stout? Let's see. Porter, Revel, Strong, Parrish. I honestly don't know who this person is, and we're gonna experience a lot of that tomorrow. Yay! Yay! I hope he works out. Was he listed at like safety or something before, and now they're saying he's a corner? Like, I don't know who Stout is. He's a tiny safety. Maybe that's why I didn't look much into him. I think, okay, here, I found him. He's ranked 197. Oh my goodness. Size limitations. He's only 5'9", 182 pounds. They have him listed at corner here. Yeah, the very bottom of the barrel for me. Actually, I didn't even look into Stout because I remember looking at that 5'9" and thought, nah, we good. Ransaw. Was he already? I think he was already selected, right? I think there was a Tulane guy already. Waller. Yeah, I mean, there's some safeties I would take late. I just remember really glancing over. I'm poor guy, 5'9", but I guess he's got some upside if he was taken in the third round. My goodness. The Broncos just traded up. With the 101st pick, the Broncos are going in on Savion Jones. Crap. I love Savion Jones, man. How are the Broncos doing? Okay, so they reached on Pat Bryant, in my opinion, but again, I don't know. I liked him a lot too, but I feel like that was a reach. They got R.J. Harvey, which was a great pick. Janae Barron was an awesome pick. Yeah, their draft is looking pretty good. I like Savion Jones a lot, dude. I'm watching his highlights now on the NFL broadcast, and just, man, his effort every single play is nonsense. It's awesome. And yeah, he's going to do good, and I hate that he went to the Broncos. Minnesota, last pick of the third round. Minnesota selects Ty Felton, wide receiver, Maryland. Everybody told me don't sleep on Ty Felton. And I was like, well, I'm only ever seeing him drafted in like the 6th round. Here he goes in the 3rd round. You guys are awesome, dude. Where was Ty Felton projected down here? 154. So yeah, I was drafting him in like the 5th round. 4th or 5th round. You guys were on top of it, man. Yeah, that was the last selection in the 4th round, by the way. Weston Hendricks with the $5 holla. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I like Savion Jones a lot, too. Crazy day, man. I can't believe it. So, okay, so what are we clocking in today? 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours for round. It's just a day 2. Tomorrow's the big one. I got to rest up, man. I need to put out. I'll put out a video. Oh, man, I might have to do one tonight actually, because tomorrow it's such an early day, right? We need prep. Oh my goodness. I might wrap it all up tomorrow. No, because I love the Trey Harris pick. I need to talk about it. I got to make a video on it tonight. Do I know what happened to Michael McLean? From what I'm hearing, and again, it's on the grapevine. I have Michael's phone number, mind you, and I have texted him several times, seeing what happened. Like, where did he go? And I have to assume he's just busy working on movies. Like, he's a legit actor, and I haven't heard from him since the training camp last year is the last time I talked to him. So I hope he's doing okay. I will continue reaching out, and if I hear anything, I will let you guys know. Jack Sawyer's still on the board. Interesting. Let's actually real quickly together as a Bolt fam go over some of the best available players here, dude. So my head is conveniently just right over it. Can we do this? Can we make this not here? Maybe I'll move it like this. Okay, here we go. All right. Best available player. Some players that would be very good values for the Chargers. All right. Of course, Braden Swinson, that's definitely up there for me. For me personally, you guys know though, I'm Gunnar Helm all the way. Team Gunnar Helm for the director. That's who I want. Swinson would be great. I honestly, dude, at this point, 4th round, if he slides any further, then 5th round for sure. Like, I'm double dipping for Cam Scatterbo. No way am I not picking the phone up for that, dude. That'd be awesome. Same thing with Jalen Royals, super high ceiling wide receiver. CJ West, I would double dip for if he was out there. Any of the edge players. Kennard, Savion Williams is gone, unfortunately. Elijah Roberts would be good inside guy. Jack Sawyer, you guys seem to love. I shouldn't say that. He is a good player. He really is a good player. He would fit. Would make it work. I've heard things about Mickens, but safety's probably a later priority. Gunnar Helm is a guy for me. I love Tyler Batty. Ty Robinson would be a good guy to rotate, but we have a lot of defensive linemen all of a sudden now too, especially with that selection. JJ Pegues is another guy that I love. Miles Frazier, ooh, this would be a really good get. I hate that I had to move that over. That would be a really good get. Cam Jackson would be good too. And we have so many picks too tomorrow, man. I mean, it would take forever. Seth, if you guys want a good value at center, Seth McLaughlin, this is the guy to look for in the middle rounds. He's hurt. He's not going to play this year. Doesn't matter. We have Andre James. We have Bradley Bozeman if necessary. We got Zion Johnson, who might be taking snaps at center as well. We can afford to wait. Next season, he could end up being such a steal. The one thing I don't love is he's going to be friggin' 24 by the time the season starts. So maybe he gets to play when he's 25. But, you know, whatever. The talent is there. The talent is there. Logan Brown would be a good swing. Longer beam. We got to start looking at corners too, man. Lots of corners I'm going to love tomorrow. Zy Alexander. Let's keep going down here. Mitch Evans would be a nice consolation prize if we had to at tight end. Like Craig Woodson. Dante Thornton's another huge my guy. This is, look at this, man. This is ridiculous. So keep in mind, he's 6'5", 214, beefy. Beef cake, right? For a wide receiver, holy crap. On top of that, he ran a 4.3 flat. He has a contested catch rate of 75%. 179 snaps on the outside. 75% catch rate. What in the heck is going on? Now, he's going to need some help in terms of his route running, obviously. He's not refined. There's a reason why he's going to be available later, but that's definitely one of my guys right there. And we'll have a whole lot of conversations about it tomorrow. There's certainly some fun prospects to be looking at as we get into the 6th round especially. We're going to have our pick of the litter when we get to that point. Let me catch up on some super chats here really quick, man. Catching up on the super chats. I'm sure I didn't miss any of y'all. I'm sorry. We've been bad today. Someone prank called Sanders. Tell him someone will draft him. That's hilarious and horrible. Ricktown says you deserve some tacos. Thank you. Please send tacos to this address. And then Weston with the $2 holla says Jack Sawyer. Yeah, I'm not soft on Jack Sawyer, man. I think, especially at this point, let's do it. I like the upside there. Nice production player. Should be real cool, man. Well, honestly, guys, this has been a lot of fun. I am absolutely beat. I should have finished this. Now I'm not going to be able to sleep. I'll put it in the fridge for tomorrow. I got some work to do. I want to talk a little bit about the Trey Harris second round selection. Caldwell too is growing on me. I got to do a little bit more digging and make sure I got my everything in terms of value. I was just hoping that we get more value, but it sounds like now that West is dropped, Caldwell is definitely probably evaluated a lot higher than a lot of us had. So excited to see that. Anyway, we'll do some work, get some content out, get excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow's the big one, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. Listen, I'm going to need your help. I'm going to need your help. We're already burned out a little bit. We're pushing 10 hours now, I think, 10 hours of streaming over the last 2 days. Tomorrow's going to be like an 8 or 9 hour stream. You guys are going to come with the jokes. You're going to come with the love. You're going to come with the support. You're going to come with the motivation and all the things that come with keeping a man functioning through an 8 or 9 hour stream tomorrow, having already done this for like 10 hours. Okay, we good? We all understand what's about to happen tomorrow? We all pitch in together. I think we're going to make it. I think we'll be okay, dude. Yeah, we're going to bring all the juice tomorrow. I might even get 2 of these in the fridge just in case. It's going to be fun. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me. This has been The Director. Awesome time here on day 2 of the NFL Draft. Getting away with Trey Harris and Jamari Caldwell. Now it's time to look into the big day. The day that we all look forward to in terms of the diamonds in the rough. My guys, sleepers. And honestly, where the strength of this front office is going to be able to get flexed. Jim Harbaugh and all these guys have a unique perspective in this class, and it's going to be really fun. Remember, tomorrow is early day tomorrow. I think 9 a.m. Pacific. It's going to be a long one. Noon Eastern, I think, is the time that we're kicking off. So I'll be live like 15 minutes before, and then we're going to settle in and enjoy a 9-hour stream. And then I got a Bleacher Report show right after that too, so keep that in mind. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me. This has been The Director. Big love to everybody in the chat. Thank you for all the gifted memberships. Thank you for all the big super chats. Pegasus for dropping in with the $100 holla. It's been absolutely amazing. We'll catch you guys tomorrow bright and early. Until then, bolt up, stay frosty. I'm going to go eat. Big love. Trey Harris, let's go! Get in on the action this season with Underdog's Pick'em game. Select higher or lower between 2 and 8 players and compete for up to 325 times your entry. Use code DIRECTOR when signing up to receive up to $1,000 in bonus cash and a free pick.